Welcome to the Aaron O Show. It is Thursday, so you know that means it is a Thursday night takeover. So either man will be here shortly to run the show because I have difficulties on Thursdays. So I drink a lot of water and I have a good time. And listen, if I was a man, I can't even say alcohol because I probably might get some of y'all to pull up on my panel and y'all consume a little too much alcohol. But first, as always, we must acknowledge the supporter, the sponsor of the last show. Really don't need no. Everybody know who he is. He stay supporting the show. He stay running these sponsorships. So shout out to Granville, the GBG member.
Gang.
And forgive me, I'm a little dehydrated, so I have not had a lot of water. So I'm trying to get everything together. I'm getting there. I see my brother Peter D. and Bessa. What's going on, brother? I see you. Grizz is in the building. What up, Grizz? Kazi. Liana is here. Yes, Liana, I remember you too. I might have to make you show your ID for this show. Welcome, everybody. It is time to start the show. So once again, shout out to Granville for being a sponsor of the last show. I hope you guys enjoyed it because I so much enjoy these shows as much as I possibly can without going insane. All right. Let's get to it. What to expect. Of course, first and foremost, we must bring the host of the show, none other than the man, Williams.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
You know me, I can't complain. Life is good. I'm on the West Coast. I don't like politics, but it is what it is. We're going to navigate. It's the word.
I actually enjoyed today, man. I had watched some Candace Owens answer some questions at one of our little rallies, talk about some politics. Thank you, babe. I appreciate it. See, my wife makes sure that I have enough water for the Aaron O Show.
Look, listen, tell the lovely Miss Williams I said hello.
I think she heard you going up. She leave me down in the basement to cook up some of these.
Oh, so you we not doing that. No. I'm the basement guy. You not doing this. This not funny. This not funny.
I think this, other than like the money part, me being able to have a man cave was another reason that I want to buy this house because it's kind of away from everything else. So definitely looking forward to that. But this is going to be a good show, man. I think B Rose is right. B Rose said last show was our best show.
Be honest with you, every show is a good show in my opinion. It just depends on which person in the audience, what they went through that day, what they saw on TV that day, and then it bring it to, you know what I mean? You know, they bring that outside, that outside into the home. Yeah, so that's all it is, that outside energy, you know.
I've actually been going back and watching our shows. I know you don't go back and watch any shows because you do so many shows.
That's a fact.
And you know, last night when I was pillow talking, me and my wife was talking, she said, you know what? You should clip your favorite moments and post them. So I've been clipping my favorite moments that I like. Last summer. She said what?
She's 100% right. I've been giving that same information. If you honestly go back to my really early shows, and I've been contemplating doing premieres about shows because people have not seen my old content from way back then when I really used to formulate my my monologues. I don't know, but it seemed like everybody loved those things back in the day. I used to put a lot of work into it, conceptually, all those things. But now I wanted it not to overshadow the whole show, so I didn't want to just have a phenomenal opening monologue. So I wanted to blend it so where people have to just pick their spots, and I think I've pretty much done that over time. But yeah, clip your favorite moments because they're going to be there, and you're going to need those moments to pull back in. So
yeah, so that's what I did this last week. I went back and I was like, dang, I really cooked podcasts on this. Like, podcast fell for the okie doke. So I posted that over there on ETheManWilliams. Make sure y'all go see me cook up podcast this morning, Thursday morning, and a couple other people. I'm gonna definitely start dropping it so that when they say, because it's hard when I try to go back to Aaron O show, they be like, when did I get cooked? And you gotta go through 10 hours of video to find the one time they got cooked on the Aaron O show. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and keep my receipts. So you should watch it. I think you enjoy. It's only 5 minutes. I'm not gonna be. I'm not doing it to like monetize. You know, people say if you do a longer video, you can make a lot more money. Now I'm doing it just to say you lost that battle there. That's gonna be my reasons.
Nah, I watch what's going on. I could tell you if you really want to do some like the special time frame in which to do it. But honestly, those moments it'd be like 2 minutes where you're like, wow, got him. So you're right.
Yeah.
In the midst of about 3-4 hours of content, it's hard to go back and track it. But there are literally people that screenshot the whole like interaction and do stuff like that. So we're gonna see. I mean, you never know. You might have the biggest ETheMan supporter in the audience, and they might just got to make sure you get your shine because they tired of people not giving you your just due. So you never know.
Yeah. So we gotta start talking about a little money when we first get started because matter of fact, I'm gonna change my name. It's gonna be ETheManWilliams. You know what I'm saying? I'll start making people respect my moolah.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Money conversations piss people off. Shout out to my brother Peter the investor, always supporting the show. He said, make sure that water fund stay lit. So shout out to Peter. I appreciate you, bro. Honestly, I will talk briefly about Tesla, right? Because I just read a report, which I already knew was going to happen, but they said Tesla is starting to lose market share, right? Because they sold like the most EVs in Q3 or whatever the case is. Basically, as the car industry, and their market share fell from like 60 something to 50 something, right? And here's the thing that people don't know. I've been telling people this. They are not going to maintain that huge market share lead because cars are not just they're not necessarily even a necessity, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like that's built off of desires and what you like, colors and different things. And they're not going to be able to just control a market with that high of a percentage. It's not going to happen. People are going to buy other cars for things beyond just that. So there's too many personalities involved. So their market share is going to continue to drop. But that doesn't mean because the market share drops that the stock is going to necessarily reflect that, because it's really a lot of emotions involved with that, and they have such a major league that it's hard for people to touch them. But I find it very, very interesting. So we'll do a deep dive on that soon.
Well, I think the person that I really don't think, especially with the strikes and different things going on with these other unions in the automobile, I don't think that they are a threat. Let me share this with you real quick, because this is who I think is kind of like the big threat right now that a lot of people are not talking about. Shout out to Atlanta, because this is my home city, and I kind of love that about it. So give me
whoa. Before you even get to that video, hold on, pull it down, pull it back down. Don't worry about it. Before you even get to that video, you're saying you don't even think those other auto industries is a threat. Like that ain't Tesla problem, is what you're saying.
No, I don't think until they get their unions right, until they get this money thing right, I don't think they're a threat. Now, when I say that, people say, are you saying that they're not going to be a threat in the future? That's not what I said. I mean, currently, if we go today, 10, 12, 23, they're not a threat because they have inside problems that they have to figure out. They can't even worry about Tesla right now because they got to worry about the employees. The employees don't even want to go to work. How are you going to go compete? It's almost like me playing a basketball game. And I say, you know what? I'm worried about the Lakers and I'm the Clippers, and my starting five don't even show up. I got other problems to worry about before I worry about the other team.
You have to understand that market share is not just here. It's abroad. You know what I mean? The market in China, the market in other countries. So they not necessarily boycotting the way they boycott here in the U.S. So that's going to have some impact on numbers and things like that. But I just ultimately believe that their market share is just going to come down because it's just so wide, and that we both know that these industries are going to, well, they already can make these vehicles. Is it as Well, I'll phrase it like this. People don't necessarily buy cars because they get you the most miles. Because they can, you know what I'm saying? Like it's something else that gets people into it. And I think other companies are going to be able to compete because people are going to be like, oh, E, you got a Tesla? I don't want one because E got one. It's very similar. So like that's what's going to be the biggest problem. They're going to have way too much competition. So to maintain that lead. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, the stock won't perform as if they maintain the lead, but the actual numbers won't represent that.
Well, I think so. I don't know what's going on. We're on the same side of the world, but you're part of the world. But here in Washington, they're already talking about saying, well, it's not going to be legal in the next 10 years to even sell gas.
Yeah,
the gas operating.
We passed that first in California. What you talking about? We're on the other side of the world.
Well, I said it that way because I didn't know. And when you don't know, you don't speak on things you don't know. So I don't know what's going on in California, but I can tell you what's going on in Washington. And in Washington, they have already started moving towards getting rid of. But the Tesla is scary right now. My financial advisor, he was like, hey, you want to go riding in the Tesla? And we was in that Tesla, and he put in the auto control, and that Tesla hit a corner like we just stole something from a bank. I tell you, I ain't never had a car hit a corner like that Tesla hit that corner. So I think they still got to figure some stuff out, especially with that automatic pilot, different things like that, because it's not trustworthy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a lot more work to go into it. They got a lot of politicians that they have to kind of grease their palms and all that good stuff and make sure they happy, making sure that they getting taxed for them so that they can eat, because everybody got to pay everybody. But it's going to happen. California will be the first to go. Down in the South, where you got all this long roads and all these things, they're not going to adopt it so quickly, right? And unless you're in a major city where you just navigating things that are very close proximity, it's not going to make sense for you to be driving so many miles with just, you know, desert or forest or whatever the case is for you to want to make that quick jump. But ultimately, it's going to happen. So it's interesting. It's something to dive deep into next time for a different conversation. But I'm curious. Who do you think Tesla's biggest? Who do you think they have the most to worry about? Like honestly, like because
I think Tesla's worried about the black man. They worried about the black man because the black man is God, and he done figured a way to outsmart the most richest man in the world. And he's still the richest man on the earth, or
he's still the richest man. He's still the richest man right now. But wait, you think Tesla afraid of the black man? After all these conversations where we hear that black man ain't this and black man ain't that, they don't create nothing, they don't build nothing, they don't do nothing. You think they worried about little old black man? All right, if you say so.
I think Elon Musk, ain't that who owns Tesla, right? Elon Musk. I think that's who that is, right?
He's the biggest shareholder, so the answer to that question would be yes.
I think Elon Musk have got into his private jet and he done flew down to the hoods of Atlanta. I'm talking about he done went to the projects of Atlanta and he have taken a meeting with this black man. I really believe, like, if you really, let's play the video, Aaron, and maybe I'm off, and if I'm off, chat, please let me know, because it's a lot of black people that do some very dynamic things, and they're really doing some things that's changing the industry, but we don't talk about them. We just talk about the baby daddies that don't show up. But let's play this video real quick, and after we play this video, I want y'all guys to tell me if I'm off or have I figured it out.
Is to show that we can use our technology to actually bring everyone into the EV revolution by allowing you to bring an old car in on Monday, and next Monday you pick up an electric car.
He's also preparing to launch production of a new EV that'll be equipped with a special generator that'll charge the car's battery, eliminating the need for a charging station.
Let me play that back from the beginning, because I think it started.
The very first African-American automaker has inspired an Atlanta car maker to bring the black community into the EV revolution.
Derek Bailey has gasoline-powered vehicles he converted to electric.
Our retrofit is to show that we can use our technology to actually bring everyone into the EV revolution by allowing you to bring an old car in on Monday, and next Monday you pick up an electric car.
He's also preparing to launch production of a new EV that'll be equipped with a special generator that'll charge the car's battery, eliminating the need for a charging station.
So imagine this, Aaron. Just imagine this. Imagine me being able to take my favorite car. My favorite car is the 84 Cutlass Supreme. I know a lot of people from the West Coast, y'all don't know too much about Cutlasses, but imagine me being able to take an 85 Cutlass Supreme and I fly my favorite vehicle down there. And then he says, I'm going to take this old car and I'm going to bring it into the 2023. I'm going to bring it into modern technology. I'm going to take that car and I'm converted in 7 days. Did he say 7 days? He said one business week. 1 business week, I'm be able to take the car that you love so much, and I'm going to be able to convert it to an EV car where you can drive down in style with the vehicle that you want. I think he got Elon Musk sweating right now. I think Elon Musk is saying, let me go on down there to Georgia because we can't let these Southerners outsmart us in our own game. What you think, Aaron?
I don't think he would ever made it this far if he was that big of a threat. I'm gonna be honest with you. They get rid of you quick. But I have heard of him. I know a little bit about his story. It's interesting. I don't know how much traction he's going to be able to galvanize with the rest of the country, but I don't know. Maybe he can scale that. But I think there's going to be some intellectual property issues. I think there's going to be a couple other things to worry about. I don't know if he'll get enough funding, support, lawsuits that could happen because of I think there's going to be a need for more trials because if something burns up, etc. So he is legitimately an issue, but I just don't know to what degree. But it's actually good to see brothers show you their capabilities and just what they're able to do. And a lot of times this type of stuff get shoved under the rug and nobody knows that they're capable of doing this stuff. And they don't know that it's a brother that can do it. So shout out to him.
Well, the reason I like what he's doing is because he's going to be able to say, hey, how much does it cost me to convert a vehicle, right? Of course, converting a Mercedes versus converting a Cadillac is going to be totally different, right? Just because if you understand how the computer work in these cars, it's just going to be different, right? I ain't going to go into detail about that. But what I am believing, just based off what I'm seeing, if he do figure this out, if he can make where you can convert your car, because the biggest thing that I hear in Washington, what people don't like about the Tesla is they don't like how it looks. They say it looked like a spaceship. They says that it's not attractive, but that's really the only option that they have in the EV space that they can get at mass right now, right? I know it's not other options, but even with Tesla, the problem with Tesla is that if I get a Tesla, I got to wait 3 to 6 months before I get my Tesla delivered to me. So I think if he really can pull off 7 days, Aaron, it's going to be amazing on the market share that he's going to get. Because, you know, all your favorite rappers, they can't wait 6 months. They want their car now. So imagine they could take the Lambo of their dreams, the Lambo that's already in their garage, and convert it to an EV car. I think that he's going to be a problem, and a big problem at that.
Yeah, but I think what then comes into play is like horsepower, acceleration. I don't know if he can duplicate that legally. I think he can convert it from a gas powered thing to an electric thing, but will it still have the same capabilities? That is very important to people. So I'm not saying he can't do it because it's a possibility, but legally, I don't know. But it's interesting. But I don't think people have a problem with waiting for those type of cars. If you look at the i8, the BMW, right, it's a very popular car. It just don't have the mileage under a single charge is why it's probably not more at scale because if you remember, it was very, very popular. So, but I think the cost might be too high in general, so you got to bring that down. It's more of a luxury car anyway. But if you can start bringing things down to like, we know the sweet spot for like, you know, consumers is probably somewhere around $25,000 to $40,000 range to get a high value. And then when you start getting the pickup trucks, that's a little bit more expensive. So if they can start getting the pricing down somewhere around $30,000 to $45,000, then they're going to be able to sell them at a faster rate. But I think the business model is what it is. In order to get rid of conventional, what is those things? car
combustion engines.
Well, just for their model, it's being it's basically customized to delivery, right? So they no longer have where you can just drive to a car lot and pick something up really like that. They exist, but not at enough volume to where you can get your car immediately, especially if you customize it. So I mean, that's just going to come with time.
Mm-hmm. I just think that could be, if you really can do a 7-day turnaround, and I know he's talking about the future, because I don't think that he has the capacity to do a 7-day turnaround today, right? I think most people don't want to wait. And if they can convert what they currently love in 7 days, most people choose that over waiting 6 months for a Tesla. That's just my opinion. But the Tesla is something different, because it's not just that it's an EV car. When I sat in that Tesla, when we drove past trash cans, it knew that trash can was on the street. So if you look in the Tesla, the whole dashboard turns into a map when you go into autopilot. And when I say they see everything from a dog, I don't know how a camera can put a dog on a map versus a trash can, but it is some future technology that we think is definitely going to work.
Yeah. I think at some point everybody's going to have electric vehicles. It's going to be the same process we're in now. I think somebody had to lead with the gas and the combustion vehicles in the beginning, and then slowly market share was it. It's going to be the same process, no matter what people think. But that don't mean people ain't going to get fat and they ain't going to make a whole lot of money in this process, because they will make a whole lot of money. I just look at certain companies and I'm just like, these valuations are insane. I was talking to somebody today, right? I'm looking at NVIDIA. Everybody loves NVIDIA. I'm like, you telling me a $1.3 trillion market cap and a net income was $6 billion? No. All right. Yeah. All right. You missed me with that. But right now, that's just how insane this AI is and all this type of stuff. And that not necessarily the performance of the company is equivalent to the stock, but sometimes it's just like it's getting insane. It's getting insane, to be honest with you.
I want to see if another thing kind of fell under your radar. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the new Meta smart glasses?
Yep.
All right. Another thing that I think is pretty cool that I think a lot of people are going to adopt, and I think it comes out this month, last time I was reading about it, is Meta is coming out with a smart glasses by Ray-Bans. You said you have heard about it, right?
I'm an investor, so I'm very, very well informed about what Meta has going on.
All right, cool. So what I like about these glasses here, and I just pulled it up real quick. What I like about these glasses is if a person is really involved, maybe on Instagram, a person's really involved on Facebook, they're going to be able to go live from their glasses. So you can actually see what the users see, and you don't actually have to have like the cameraman. So based off what you know, because we got to wrap it up. We know we can't talk about this money for too long. Do you believe that what Meta's doing with Ray-Ban, would you call that a good investment from Aaron O experience, or would you call it a bad investment?
Oh, no doubt it's going to be a cash machine, because you just have to look at content, right? If you look at camera angles and things like that, think about it one way, you're going to have the people to see what you see. So if you know how to narrate stories and if you know how to vlog and things like that from your point of view, oh, you're going to kill it. And then you also have to look at the physical part of you carrying a camera in your hand as opposed to here. So it's going to be a game changer. You have to look at it as they're going to directly use their reach, their massive billion-plus users, right? That will make it a fluid transition to get from one area to one area. So I can stream on all these particular areas. So there's going to be massive competition from, the Amazon and the Googles and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. But they are going to run that market. So it's a game changer, because it's one model to start proving augmented reality and the concept that it ain't going to be weird. The glasses ain't going to be super bulky, and we're going to slowly, gradually pull you over to one aspect. So, yeah, I think it's a game changer. Yeah, ultimately, I think they're doing. Look, Zuck is doing a phenomenal job. What can you say? That's his lane. That's what he does. So,
Well, I think with Ray-Bans, and Ray-Bans definitely have a big effect on the military community. I don't know nobody in the military who don't have.
Well, so forget the branding. So you think the Ray-Ban, forget the tech, right? Because you like, man, after tech, it's about what's cool. You think the Ray-Bans partnership is what's putting them over top, as opposed to the tech aspect of it.
Well, I love the tech. I love the look, and I also like that it's not bulky, because usually when you have these are still roughly identical to that. And the thing that I love the most is the price point. They're coming in right at what, $400. I think that's affordable for most users. I know people argue it, but $400 is definitely going to be something that I believe every content creator is going to have, right? It's no way that you can have somebody that an IG model who don't have these glasses. What I'm hoping to see is different designs. This first group that they're rolling out is all the same kind of bulk, like the same kind of type of glasses. And I think it's just for the simple fact that I think it's just because that was where their technology fed at. But imagine if they can go with something a little bit slimmer, a little bit more sexier. I think truthfully and honestly that this right here is going to change the game. And I think they did it correctly, because Ray-Ban have been talking about doing this for a while. I think the big difference is Ray-Ban seeing the value in partnering with somebody who already have the social media influence, but they don't have to go that route to do that much promotion. So I think it was a great partnership.
Meta is really doing them the favor. Let's be honest. Like we're not about to play no games. I get it. Ray-Ban's cool, no knock. But I'm not a luxury guy. That's not my thing. But I'm sure this is a collaboration. I can get to Prada. I can get to Louis. I can get to all of them. Get their logo there and put some glasses on them. So, like, I mean, really, it's not doing them the favor, but it's still culture that's involved in that as well.
I think the other things would have been too large of a gap. So I think what Mark Zuckerberg realized, who are my main users? How can I get this to the main people that use Facebook versus Instagram? I love that he didn't want to make this into a luxury product. Yes, he could have went with Louis Vuitton, for example, but if those glasses was $3,000, nobody would have them. Only Anton would have them.
Listen, brother.
Anton would have them, but ETheManWilliams wouldn't. If they was $3,000, I'm not buying them glasses.
Listen. This what the price point is the starting point. You always have something for your affluent users. You always have that. So that may be the floor with them, but they're going to have a upper scale type of collab with somebody else. For somebody to be like, I got 1 million subs, I need something different. Yeah, they're going to have something else. It's just dated down. The reason why is two reasons. When Apple came out with their whole presentation, people were turned off by the bulk of the Apple thing. I forget what they call it, but somebody put it in the chat, whatever the hell. I can't remember the name of it, but the bulk of it, right? And people were turned off by that. So they got the luxury of seeing the price point and the bulk of the product. Now, Apple has to sell a premium product. Even if it wasn't, they got to sell it that way. So they saw that, they go, okay, cool. People turned off by that. They already did us dirty with the little, making us pay that extra fee for using the, Apple store that they doing, So then they said, we're going to hit them with the lower price, and we're going to bring a more sleek product that people going to love. So right now, Zuck is just killing the game right now. He's killing them. He's for, I'm going to save that for another show. I
think what it really comes down to, let me show it to you one time. I think you're not going to even be able to tell that you have glasses on. So imagine you having a conversation with a police officer, right? And you having this conversation and you got these glasses on. He's not going to even be able to know that he's being recorded. Now, eventually he's going to catch on like everybody else catch on. But if you look, you can't even tell that this have 2 cameras on both sides, that you can really kind of see the difference that the cameras is almost hitting. And I think that is the key that they kind of figured out, is how they was able to kind of hide that camera. It's like inside of that frame. If you look at the top of it, it's really hard to tell that the camera is actually there. And I think that is the big thing that we're seeing with these glasses.
Well, I do think, shout out to Peter the Investor, I do think their Apple Vision Pros will be really, really good. when they put things together, Apple does a phenomenal job. They don't put out no weak product typically. Everything has to be Apple worthy, and they put a lot of R&D into it. There's a few things down the pipeline that they're holding out on, and Apple's the best. I want to say the very best at protecting their confidential products. So people don't know about them before they come out. It's very rare to get a leak from Apple. They do not play. But I would say that their virtual reality Vision Pros are going to be good going into the future, no doubt. I think they're going to be one of the leaders in that space.
Do you think Meta have an advantage because they have a head start? Because they released this in 7 days. We're talking on the 19th of this month that those glasses actually come out.
No, they have a head start based upon the comparison of the CEO. So let me give you the example. Zuckerberg created this company, and this is his lane of expertise. I'm not saying he's a creator per se, right? Meaning that he creates these phenomenal things, but this is the area in which he is submerged in. This is his one area that he's special. This is what I do, right? When you look over at Tim Cook, he didn't create that company. You see what I'm saying? He knows how to navigate a business phenomenally, but the visionary aspect, I think Zuck has an advantage over him in that aspect. And I don't know what it is with Zuck, but maybe it's because he's way younger and he's more tied to this particular generation, meaning of millennials. And so that might be his edge, but Apple is just so well run. They have so much money, and they just, the thing that sets Apple apart is that they have ingratiated themselves in everybody's everyday life. No matter, like, your phone is your eyes. You could argue this Ray-Ban thing is cool, but these phones are your eyes, because if you start looking at, they're already looking to pass legislation where you can actually replace your physical California, your Arizona, your Georgia ID to be replaced digitally on your phone legally. So through app, so they already so ahead of the game. They got you so entrenched in their ecosystem. I would say I could argue maybe Meta is the leader because they spend so much money. They've acquired companies, but I just wouldn't say nobody's the clear-cut leader because it's still foreign. So,
all right, but hey, Aaron, we better stop. Two black men talking about investments and talking about what the world is going. We got to stop that. We got to start talking about these relationships. Did you know that if Granville hear me talk a little bit longer, he might get rid of me because he said we only have 30 minutes on Thursday to have these conversations because he want to know about these women. So, but yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to talk about because I believe that you're very intelligent. I think you kind of have an understanding of what's going on. And I love to kind of pick your brain a little bit about what you was thinking about in these investings, because that's, I think, the key of investing is knowing something's going to happen before it happens, understanding, trying to predict what's going to happen way before it happened to get it for something that is biteable for someone.
Two ways to look at it, right? Because I'm going to start my investing series with my control group real soon. That's one thing I'm excited about. This King of Fight Club is taking a lot of energy, putting it together and making sure it goes well. And I have to make sure I tweak it properly. But once I get that going, just that group is going to take so much more of my time because I'm going to be more interested in talking about that with a small amount of people that are going to like to talk about that. But you have to look at it like two ways. Sure, you can look at it as the innovative aspect where you have to kind of get in early, which is really hard because those are angel investors, seed investors, or you wait for an opportunity, meaning a company that's operating phenomenally, but the market doesn't identify that right now because they're not in favor. Certain industries have. So there's always opportunities, you don't have to be there first. So I'm going to tell people like I always tell people, and then we're going to get back to what we need to get here to get to. Peter Lynch, just listen to his book, listen to his audio book. What he got a couple of them. Pick anyone, type his name in, Peter Lynch Investing, and he'll tell you. You didn't even have to be the first to get to Walmart. You could have waited 10 years later and still made massive money. So there's a lot of different ways to do things. There's risk tolerance. But yeah, I think this innovative stuff is a lot harder than people believe. And that's why people keep looking for the next Tesla. There is no next Tesla. There's no next Tesla. No. not as a stock, maybe as a company in the world, but not as a stock. And there's a vast difference.
Hold on. So you believe that it would never be another company in the stock market that does as good as Tesla?
No, I'm saying people are looking for the next Tesla as far as in the car industry. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. I got what you're saying.
The Lucids, like things like that. No, there's no other one. It's going to be a long time before something happens. Now, as far as other industries, we're going to create them. So as these jobs, as people start getting laid off, and layoffs are going to come massively real soon over the next few years, people are going to see that. There will be other industries created by the void, right? There's going to be some guy that people like, we hate you rich people. And like, but before me, we didn't have these jobs. We didn't have this industry. And I created this industry through a sub-industry, through another sub-industry. And they're going to do massively successful, but they're going to create jobs and people are never going to know they exist. So all that's going to come.
I think the biggest problem right now is that if you create something big enough and that is really what we call life-changing, someone's going to buy you out. Like if what we see is that the Apples, the Teslas of the world, they have so much money to throw at you, it almost would be unwise to not take the money, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but there's stories of the people that refuse to take the money. It doesn't matter how much you believe, because one, they're gonna bleed you out. They're like, if you don't let it. Billions is one of my favorite shows. I love Billions. If you guys are not watching Billions, get on that. It's a phenomenal, well put together show. But he will tell you there was a recent show that they did where I don't want to give too much of it away because I can't watch shows if I know, but somebody had they had some basic tech basically about some revolutionary things that they were working on, and this hedge fund he's worth billions of dollars. He wanted it, and if you don't give it to him, he gonna make sure you can't have it either. So it's kind of like what comes with that. So I don't know. Who said that? Bear says, what streaming platform? You mean where I'm going to stream it from? I don't know. I might do it through YouTube. I might not. I'm not sure. That's why it's taking me a minute to put it together, because I really wish that I could hurry up and be what they call a kept man, so I could just focus all my creative energy and everything on something else. But until then, slowly but surely, I navigate everything. So I'm not rushing nothing.
All right, cool. So I think we should drop the link because I'm curious to see what these folks say. I already dropped it. If you can pin it, I appreciate it. I'm really curious to see if these people think that we should spoil our spouse, or should we treat them like the stepchild? Because a lot of people think that we should treat our spouses like the stepchild.
Well, wait. Repeat what you just said, because we didn't lead into that, so they probably didn't have a strong opinion just yet. So wait, your question is what?
You got two options. Either you're going to spoil your wife or husband, or you're going to treat them like the stepchild. I don't think it's no in between.
Wait. Repeat that one more time.
Either you're going to spoil your wife, or you're going to treat her like the stepchild. You know, the stepchild, y'all will see Cinderella when that stepmama was treating her totally different from her real kids. So my question is, how do we do a poll? I got to learn how to do this thing. I want to do a poll before we get started in this, Aaron. I want to just ask the question, should you spoil your significant other? And I want to get a yes or no. I'm going to learn how to do that poll thing one day, but right now I don't. So I'm going to lean on Aaron. I should have told you I wanted to do a poll.
I can type it up right now. Don't worry. It won't take me too long. I'm going to put it up right now just for you. And
I want people to answer that question, because what it really comes down to is, I think we use this word. I don't want to really get on what I believe, but I really want to understand, is spoiling your significant other a bad thing? And I'm going to ask again for the people in the back. You know, I know we got the front row. That's the 20 people that's actually leaning in watching our show. Then we got the people who cooking and doing all that extra stuff in the back. Is spoiling your wife a good thing? Make sure you take the poll, because I truthfully and honestly want to know.
I don't know the definition of it, but You know, but I'm gonna go with the societal understanding of what spoiling is, right? Into the context of like, you know, I don't even know how to describe it actually.
But that's why we're having a conversation. My goal is to be able to bring up conversations that we really don't know. Like when we start talking about emotional intelligence, we truthfully and honestly didn't know what emotional intelligence really is supposed to be in. And what we want to do is we want to just have the conversation. And I truthfully and honestly hope some women come up here. Men are welcome, but I like talking to women. I know I like it's these group of men out there that says if women didn't have vaginas, we wouldn't talk to them. I don't know about you, Aaron. I think I would still talk to women.
That's a lie. I just left a dinner with a group of friends, and pretty much all of them are females. Pretty much all of them. For me, fun to talk to, good conversations, good food. And as a matter of fact, I think I heard Trigger Mike say something recently about it really doesn't benefit a man to have female friends. It depends what he means by benefit. Because he said the man will pay for. Oh, well, my friends, they'll pay for the meal. I ain't got to pay. I wouldn't have to take out no. They're like, I got it. So I'm not sure what they mean by that, but I think sometimes they let these conversations get way overboard where it's so black and white, where it's like these women don't have no value for nothing unless it's this, and that. I'm going to disagree, but I'm happy to be in the minority and people can be so full of this belief that, you know, women don't have any like value to you outside of certain things because you're not sleeping with them. That's for people to decide. I don't believe that though.
Hey, Dr. Steele, how you doing today, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. And
pretty good. Hey, Aaron, is my mic sounding better? Because I think I gotta go get like $1,000 mic or something. Because everybody say my audio be horrible. Do I sound half decent or is it?
I'm gonna get a mic soon too, because I gotta you know why I gotta do it, but I gotta get a mic soon. But no, your audio
is just my basement. I think my basement's just so big. You know, when your man cage is so big, it got this echo. And I try to put more and more furniture in here, but I don't know. Maybe it's just
no, your audio's fine. I think sometimes depending on who comes in running different software, like Sherelle's told me when she's on screen and people are running like what's the other one called? The other software, OBS or whatever, it causes her to have audio issues sometimes. So I think that's sometimes where there's conflict with audio, but other than that, it'd be fine. It's the yelling over people and not listening where we're typically not going to have that problem until 8 or more people get on panel. Because with 5 or 6, there's a level of not fighting for the mic that I've noticed.
So, Dr. Steele, sir, first of all, we appreciate you coming on because I feel like you are our senior and you might have a little bit more wisdom in this conversation than us. Then again, some of y'all seniors done let me down. So my hopes are high, but I want to have this conversation with you. Do you believe that we should spoil our women and should our women spoil us?
Before you answer that question, Dr. Steele, the first thing I got to say is them Ray-Bans. Is you rocking the Ray-Bans?
No, these are not Ray-Bans. These actually are Dolce & Gabbanas I'm wearing right now.
Oh, big ballers. He said they call him doctor for a reason, Aaron.
But anyway, I believe, you know, when a man has a wife, especially one who is submissive, you know, to him, I believe that you should show that woman an appreciation by spoiling them, but just a little bit. You can spoil them from time to time, but not, you know, every day. But you still do have to show a submissive woman some appreciation, because and I said this on another live. That woman, it was her choice to be submissive to you. So I believe that, you know, a man, you know, should show a woman appreciation by spoiling her. For women, if the man's going to work, doing hard and everything like that. Yeah, you're doing all the essentials, you're doing the nurturing. But I think the woman should also spoil him a little bit as well because he's doing, because I mean, he's working hard for you.
Hold on, Dr. Still. Let me make sure I got somebody in the back. Hello, Miss. Is that you, Miss?
Yes,
Okay, Miss.
sir.
So first of all, I want to say shout out to the doctor coming with some wisdom. He said, if you got a submissive woman, why wouldn't you spoil her? If you got the woman that all these men on the internet running around asking for, you finally get her. Why wouldn't you spoil her? The doctor's 100%. He's speaking in wisdom.
No, he said a little bit.
He said, no, I heard him say spoil them. You can call it a little or a lot based on your finances. Yep, I get that. I'm not telling people to be crazy, but he said you can spoil them a little versus a lot based on your finances. That's what I heard you say, Doctor. Am I right on?
Yes, absolutely. You know, somebody said spoil within reason. You can spoil them a little bit, but you don't want to spoil them, all the time. There gotta be certain times and occasions where you can spoil your spouse. And I'm not talking about men spoiling their wives, but I'm talking about women can spoil their husbands as well for what they do.
We can get into that. So hold on, Venus. I want to understand from a woman's point of view. So the men are saying that we should spoil the women. Do you believe that the women should spoil the men?
Yes, if he treats you well.
Help me. So what do you think spoiling look like from a woman's point of view?
Like, try to think about things before he does, just to make his day easier, right? Like, make him lunch at night so he can take it to work. Like, do laundry for him. Like, just doing little things to, I don't know, like, give him peace of mind. Be quiet sometimes. Like, even if sometimes you might want to argue, at certain times you could just make the decision to, like, I'm just gonna let him have it. I'm not even gonna continue the conversation, like stuff like that.
So, Aaron, let's play the video first. Nope.
No. We can play the video. We can play the video, but let me be clear. Spoil, this is some nonsense. Okay, but I'm gonna play your video, Mr. ETheManWilliams. I'm gonna play it.
So when you say spoiling is some nonsense, before we get into this video, what do you mean by that?
Well, one, you ain't slick, and you're not gonna get me, ETheManWilliams. All right. What is the definition of spoiling? Because I understand what the definition of spoil is, and it's not a good one. But spoiling your significant other is a different kind of like lingo type of slang conversation, because it's not defined as it is portrayed to society. So that's the confliction.
I'm glad you asked that. Hold on, let me bring this white woman down. I'm glad you asked that first. Hold on.
That wasn't no black woman. That was a white woman.
I said, let me bring this white woman down. Let me
bring this black woman down. I was like, don't do this to these queens. Don't do it.
So hold on. Let's break it down.
I gotta ask something.
Go ahead, Venus. Before
I think if you know your significant other likes something, you should give it to them in like abundance. Like, that's spoiling to me. Like, so if I know he likes sneakers, maybe I'll like get him sneakers when sneakers come out. Or I don't know, it'd be like a certain meal, just make it for no reason. Like, that's spoiling, like unnecessarily just giving somebody something.
So hold on,
make them feel special.
I get what you're saying, but let me get Aaron right now. Maybe this is gonna be my favorite clip.
Whoa. Wait. Unnecessarily giving somebody something is how you define spoiling?
Let me give you an example, right? Most men, if they do buy flowers, they're gonna do it for occasions. But what if you just pop up on a random Tuesday and Thursday with flowers just because? That's what I mean by, like, there was no occasion, there was no prompt. It's just, I just want you to know I thought about you today. That's what I mean by, like, unnecessarily just giving.
That sounds like not expecting, surprising, but unnecessarily given. I don't know, but
that wasn't worded right. Yeah. maybe
you don't mean that.
I got you,
yeah.
Venus. Don't worry about it.
You do not want to let a Southerner explain something for you. Trust me, you do not.
Let me break it down with Aaron to understand it, because I understand Aaron, and I know how to break it down the way he had. So me and Aaron was having this conversation, and we was talking about checking, and the whole panel said, you know what? It is a slang for checking. We're not talking about the checking that's based off the definition. And I'm going to tell you this right here. In the married world, we have a slang called spoiling. And what spoiling is rewarding them for the great behavior that they're doing. For example, one thing that I go out and I work really hard. One way that my wife loved to spoil me is she loved giving me a massage. I get a massage 3-4 times a week, right? That is a way of spoiling me, because she knows this is something that my heart desires.
What you gonna do with those blisters on her hand from all the massages she got to give you, and those rough arms and rough shoulders you got? Like, no, a woman wants something like nice and soft. Like, you ain't got no soft hands. You got old handyman, rusty hands. So she then got callus all on her hands giving you massages. I'm worried about her.
It's not even about what she like. It's that she understands that I love getting massages. Men are very simple. I'm happy when she make me a sandwich, especially, and I ain't talking about them sandwiches that y'all wifey make you out when it just got like the ham and cheese and bread. No, I'm talking about toasted, grilled. It got lettuce, tomatoes, mayonnaise. It also got mustard on it. And it's everything that I like grilled into the tea. So I think it's just the little things that men like when we talk about spoiling. But it's okay. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into this conversation.
We're going to get into that video. But first, we're going to acknowledge Sophisticated Jerk, sponsor of the show. And shout out to Sophisticated Jerk, because he's always commenting on my videos and supporting them in the algorithm. So I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. It says, you should definitely spoil your wife and take her to a high-class establishment like Chili's. And I 1,000% agree. You should definitely spoil your wife. Take her to Chili's. I think that's exactly how you show in profession that your desires to spoil her, by taking her to Chili's, no doubt. And Day's in the building. Day says, I would argue women spoil their man by how they think he wants to be spoiled, not by what he may desire. Hold
on, let me address that. Listen, that is a failure. That's a failure of communication from the man. I tell my wife how I like to be treated. I tell her the things that I love. So if my wife is being able to cater to me in a way that I don't like, I need to speak up. I need to be man enough to say, hey, you're not doing what you're supposed to. This is not how I want to be spoiled. And it's vice versa. I can be spoiled. One thing I used to do is I used to buy my wife flowers, right? And my wife came to me one day. She said, I really don't like flowers. That's not what I want. So what I thought is, based on my past experience, these are the things that she liked. And truthfully and honestly, she don't like flowers. What my wife liked, we ain't gonna go into what my wife liked, but what she liked other things that I found ways to be able to spoil her. So I think a lot of relationships break down because they don't have communication. If you communicate how you want to be spoiled, now it's the other person's responsibility to do those things.
So if you don't have good communication skills, you don't deserve to be spoiled. Can I get a yes or a no?
So if you don't have,
no, you don't. No, you don't.
I say yes, but go ahead, Dr. Steele, before me and Aaron dive a little deeper.
Yeah, I also want to add this. It also comes from all the vetting and courting you did before the relationship started. Remember, the reason for courting or vetting is to find out about the person that you are with, which includes what that person likes or dislike. So, yeah, that's an added caveat.
That's it. You're 100% right. While you courting, aka dating these people, you should be knowing the things that they like. And then people have to speak up, because if you doing something that if the other person is doing something you really don't want, you just need to say, hey, that's not what I want. I actually want this, that, and the third. It's that simple.
You know what else? Why I think it's a good idea to spoil the person you're with, at least like 85% of the time. Because, like, the more value you add, like the more beneficial you are, the less somebody's gonna want to be away from you. So like chances are higher that this person is gonna not want to live life without you, not have you around. Like if you're treating someone poorly or like you don't really care, then that's gonna give you a different type of partner than somebody who can see that you like put a lot of effort into the relationship. They're gonna show up differently because they feel appreciated and they just like your presence. Like you make them feel good. People like to be around people who make them feel good.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And you speaking to the psychology of a book, and I know what you're talking about. The problem is this: the men ain't falling for these tricks. We know what you're doing. See, women look at spoiling as an easy thing. They like to play this game. This is why it's something that they speak so in-depthly about. Because for men, we don't ask for much. Y'all don't have to do much, and we think we lucky if we do even get a little bit. So y'all like, yeah, I'm happy to spoil my man because he don't want much. Guess what? I did this. I bought him some socks on Father's Day. Oh, thank you very much. We really, really appreciate how y'all really love to spoil us and care about us. But when it's time to spoil y'all, the reason y'all want to be spoiled is because it's financially beneficial for y'all. Y'all do not expense anywhere near the amount of money or resources to spoil a man, because most men, you first of all, you think he's a diva if he do want all that extra stuff. You want a simple man so you can accommodate him easily, while you get to be the kept queen woman that gets the extravagant type of, spoiling. So that's why y'all think y'all so quick with doing that.
No, you're not understanding me. I think it goes both ways. Like, of course, you're not rich. You probably can't buy every single thing either person wants. But if you spoil them in treatment, I just think the same thing. Like, imagine if your woman does, no one can do everything, but most of what you require, right? And she got it down to a science to where some of it you don't even have to say anymore. She just gets up and does it. She just goes out of her way to do kind gestures for you. She speaks very kindly to you. Doesn't raise her voice. She respects you. Like either man, she massages you because she knows that you like that. So she'll just randomly do it. You don't even have to ask. How are you going to treat that woman compared to the woman who might be cursing you out, always complaining? I just think you get better results out of people if you treat them well.
But Aaron is wrong. Men don't really care about you spending a whole bunch of money on them. Like this idea that a man like, oh, I'm going to measure my spoiledness based on how much money you spend, kind of like women do. We think different. And the reason that we think different, I can show you really quickly how different it is, right? So the difference between when we talk about a man versus a woman, for example, I can say most men are like this right here. You running my bathwater and you catering to me. You making sure that I like this idea of you just washing my back, being able to treat me, do those little things. I think that goes a long way with men. Just taking out your time and actually serving us have nothing to do with money. This lady right here is serving her husband, and a man ain't gonna be like, how much money did she spend? No, what he's gonna ask a simple question is this right here. How much thought did she put into it, and how did it make me feel? Let me say that. How did it make me feel when she was catering to me?
That's ridiculous. Because let's be honest. Let's be honest. I don't disagree with what your last statement just was, but let's be clear. What that man received would almost be like hitting the lottery for other men to receive that. Like, let's not play these games. Like, that's when women really care about you. They do stuff like that. Come on, man. Like, y'all got to stop this. Stop.
So would you call it being spoiling if that man is getting he's getting catered to him? She's washing his back. She done ran. Imagine you done had your hardest day. I remember when we built this shed in my backyard, right? That was one of the hardest days I might have worked this year. That really the hardest week that I worked this year. And me being able to have an Epsom salt bath, having my wife cater to me, it made me feel like she appreciated me. A lot of men just want to be appreciated, Aaron.
So if that's the case, can your wife say, you know what? Well, I'm going to set you up to go to this spa day so this beautiful woman can definitely work the kinks out on everything and make sure you cater to.
I've done
right now
that.
I'm a little busy. How does that sound?
I've paid for massages
I
before.
go to spas all the time. Listen, let me tell you this, Aaron.
That's what we want. Send it to that beautiful woman that go, hi, how you doing? Hey, yeah, we want to go there. Yeah.
Listen,
you want a happy ending?
But let me really tell you this. My wife sending me to a spa, which I love, and my wife actually doing it herself actually speaks more volume to me. Her actually taking, especially since we got 2 kids under 5, her saying, you know what? I'm going to find a babysitter and I'm going to put in the thought and effort to cater to you. That actually speaks more volume because she had to take times and actually plan it versus her logging into something and just paying for something online. She might have got it on Groupon. You know how it is. It's like just because they spend money doesn't mean that they're catering to you or they're spoiling you. And I tell you, I think more men would be willing to get married if more men got spoiled.
Listen. There is a couple artists on YouTube that got 1 billion views for a song, right? If women care so much about catering to us, that Destiny Child song would have 1 billion views, but it don't. So I don't want to hear all this. No, we ain't falling.
I think there's a downside to spoiling too, right? Because just like a child, 2 things I think could happen. People become, you ever heard that saying, familiarity breeds contempt? Right? Like people become sometimes entitled and ungrateful if you give them too much. So I think it has to be like a fine line. Like you can spoil people, but maybe not all the time. Because then the minute you can't, it's almost like an obligation. And now they're looking at you crazy because they're entitled now.
It comes down.
So you're speaking of something that becomes infrequently to becoming normalized. And then when something's normalized, people don't value it as much. I think that's what Venus is speaking. But you want to play the video, Either Man?
Let's play the video because before Venus put her foot in her mouth, I want her to understand the premise of what we're talking about.
No, listen. Venus, don't do it because don't talk to Venus like that.
Yeah.
Turn up around here. She from New York. All right, so let's play the video. First of all, do you have any background on who this woman is? Because she got a lot of makeup on.
Yeah, we gonna tell you after the video. Play the video.
All right, boss. I'll be playing the video now, boss. Let me turn the volume up 1 second now, boss.
I think we're afraid to spoil our partners because we're afraid they're going to take advantage of us or become like a spoiled brat. When I talk,
yes, we are. Okay. Sorry, I just had to say that because she got all this.
Hello, but no, let's stop it there. That was a good place to start. So you're telling me the reason most people don't want to cater to their spouse or spoil their spouse is they living in fear. Why we got so many people living in fear that think that they gonna be just this bad person? If that person's a good person, they actually gonna react to this thing in a positive way. We act like it's not 2 sides of the coin. Why we always hear on YouTube say they automatically gonna be negative? Dr. Steele?
Yeah, and this is just like what I said earlier. This is why I say just a little bit. Spoiler just a little bit. You have to think about, when does she deserve this treatment? Did she do, enough to deserve it? You have to be very decisive on when to reward your spouse. This event of spoiling her.
I think you should spoil them all the time, doctor. My wife spoiled me, I feel like, every day. Should she just be picking and choosing when she should spoil me? No, every day she spoiled me. Like every day, the things that I would consider as being spoiled, I am spoiled. I know most married people won't tell it, but that's why most people are miserable in their marriages because they ain't getting spoiled. It's almost like a job.
As this conversation progresses, I keep going like back and forth because I kind of agree. Either man, like I'm thinking, what is the point of having a significant other, right? Like you're supposed to make me feel special. I'm supposed to make you feel special. I'm supposed to be like your favorite person, right? So in order to be your favorite person, I have to be like extraordinary compared to everybody else around you. So what does that look like? So yeah, I gotta put like more effort into making you happy and vice versa. So yeah, like if I treat you the same way I treat all my friends, there's nothing really special. Like I don't know. I kind of think you should.
I'm a big advocate that your wife should treat you like she don't treat anybody else. Like
I agree. I think the same thing for men.
And the same thing is,
If you treat me like your homeboys, that's a problem, like a huge problem. I'm not your homeboy.
So let's go ahead and let's call it out. A lot of people treating their significant other like they are roommate. Let's tell the truth. Like it's no difference in the relationship as if you had a roommate stand there because you so scared that they gonna change. When we had that last conversation, it was like, if I do this person just going to become horrible. And I think it's just a bad argument altogether. No, if this is a good person, they're gonna stay a good person.
Nah. We're gonna finish this video, then we're gonna get right back to it. I don't like where this is going. Hold on. Let's get back to this video with this lovely lady with the pink lipstick.
I talk about spoiling your partner. I don't mean necessarily with things, unless of course their love languages, gifts. I mean spoiling them with your time, with your attention.
Briefly, I want to interrupt. I don't fall for that love language crap. It's a way to extract free money out of you, easy following people. This love language crap. They keep creating stuff year after year, and they be like, oh, your partner don't care about you. Have you heard about love language? Oh, no, I never heard about what that. Well, if your partner really care about you, they have to know what you appreciate, and we call that love language. Man, these people are so easy to manipulate. It just
have you read the book?
That's not.
Hold on, no.
I'm not about to read no book.
Have you read the book? Hold on, we gonna come back to this video. Have you read the book? All right, you haven't read the book. All right, I read the book. Matter of fact, it was recommended to me to read the book as I got ready to get married. What love languages, the 5 love languages do, it tells you the desires of human beings, and it tells you what category they took the test, what category caters to them more. For example, if my wife love language is she likes spending time with me, right? You know, quality time is her love language. So it's not to be able to manipulate you, it's to be able to help two people who came from 2 different backgrounds understand each other, how they can cater and spoil each other. So I strongly recommend that people should read the 5 love language if they just want to understand people in general. The reason that I am a great business person is because I know how to cater to customers.
That has nothing to do with love language. That's psychology of people. Don't try to think, but y'all think y'all can just remix something that's already been done. Like it's already been explained in other books, the psychology of people, making sure that they remember, because people are going to remember how you make them feel as opposed to which. That's all the psychology has been broken down many times. All they do is remix it, create a different phrase, and sell it to y'all, and y'all eat it up like it's brand new. That's cool.
No, Aaron, that's not. It's not necessarily new. You're right. Psychology is the premise, but psychology between you and an employee, you and a customer, you and a friend, is different than you and somebody a significant other. So it's just like kind of like another category. But I don't think it's a scam. It kind of helps you, first of all, identify what matters to you the most. A lot of people don't even know that. And then they go in a relationship not even knowing that they require or they need certain things from a person, but then they get upset when they don't get those things. But a lot of people can't even identify what actually matters to you.
So like, wait, let me ask you this, ETheMan. Who wrote the book?
I don't know.
Give me the name.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. No, because if you want to sit there and talk about this BS, and then want to acknowledge it's nothing but sales, repackages, and sold to people. If you don't want to do that, give me that author's name.
Oh no, I think his name is like Gary Chamberlain, Chapman. Chapman. That's what it is.
A man that understands the play to the psychology of selling to women.
No, so the 5 love languages was supposed to be able. See, the 5 love languages wasn't supposed to end the conversation. They're supposed to start the conversation. Let me start having these conversations with my wife or with my husband so I can understand the things that they desire and the things that they don't. This idea that all women and men are the same and they all want the same thing, it's just a bad argument. You need to really invest in your spouse to really understand who they are. And this is the part of the relationship a lot of people
Nobody has ever
do.
sold that argument except for when they talk about literally the actual science of human beings. But when they talk about individuals, they say everybody's different. We all like different stuff. So no, but just go ahead and get this stuff sold to y'all, shoved down y'all throat, and repack all y'all want. It don't work on me. All right. It's simple psychology. And it's just if you have the intent to understand people. I ain't falling.
So for the
I can
regular
almost guess your love languages, and I don't even know you. That's how real it is.
So the one thing that I say is that I get it. You know, Aaron got such a high IQ that he can go into a psychology book and break down what the psychology of a human being is. I get that. But for the rest of the people, the rest of the population,
let me land.
The
rest of the people that they want to sell something to. Go ahead, man. I'm tired of this. Go ahead.
Rest of the people.
It's free. You can Google the love languages and find them out.
It is free.
Not the book.
The 5 love languages. Listen, that's on YouTube. Just like they spending time watching all these content creators, they can listen to the audio, the 5 love languages on YouTube. So this idea that they just trying to sell people. Now, I'm a businessman. I understand that his option is his whole goal is to make money. But I think that this impact people's relationships when they understand how to love the other person.
We got to get back to the video, ETheMan, but let me be very frank and very clear. If I write a book, I know it's going to get taken to the internet and so. But the difference is what will happen is I will be told to, hey, can you come to a speaking engagement? We want to hear about your thought process for making said book. It's not about the initial process. It's understanding. Like, I'm not going to even get to all that other stuff because I'm not a very bright individual. But I'm going to tell you this. I know when I'm being sold something and y'all clearly don't, okay? And y'all just want to be spoiled and get this love language crap and get this free stuff from people and make them feel bad. I'm not falling for it, okay? So let's get back to the video because I'm tired of these lies.
With your compliments, with your touch, with thoughtfulness. So I would like you to accept this challenge of spoiling your partner for 6 months and see what happens. My bet would be that it would greatly improve your relationship. Now, if they become a complete ass and spoiled brat, then you know, they're probably not for me. But if it improves the relationship, well, great. You just learned a valuable tool that is going to help your relationship so much. If you're really paying attention to their needs and desires and really actively trying to show them love, then you can't spoil them. That's what's required. So spoil them, my friends. Take care of each other. Spoil each other. Because if you don't, someone else will.
I think I'm gonna barf.
Shut the hell up.
I think I'm gonna barf. Like, she makes me want to throw up.
Me too. It was just she was laying it on thick. Like, it just, girl, stop, please.
So I think that she made some great points. Matter of fact, I think that's one of the best videos I've seen over here. Man, other than that video, when I
call you a narcissist. He a narcissist. Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just have your way with him.
So I just think, like, why do we like, especially when we're talking about the person that we're gonna spend the rest of our life on with Venus? I just don't understand is why wouldn't we want them to be happy? Why wouldn't we?
I do. Like, I'm with the spoiling. It was just her whole approach. It was just I was just seeing through it, like all the way she was talking, and it just made me want to throw up too. But no, I agree with the sentiment. Like, yeah. I don't like the fear mongering at the end. Well, if you don't, someone else will. I'm not with that. But everything before that, I agree with.
I get it. So you're saying you agree with 98% of what she's saying. You don't agree with the last 2%.
Yeah, because if somebody else will, then let them go do it. Get out of my face. What are we talking about?
So are you willing to just give up your good man like that?
Yes, she is. That's Venus from the New York show. She willing to give it up because what ain't for me, and I don't want it if it ain't for me. You know that.
No, I'm just not. You don't tell me what somebody else is gonna do, because then I'm gonna tell you that. Well, why aren't you over there letting them do it? What are we talking about?
See, that's why you gotta stay away from these New York chicks. Because you know what a woman's supposed to say? Ain't no other woman need to do nothing for my man. I'm gonna do it. But you know what? The New York inner maker say things like, whatever. Then if you think somebody better, go let them do it. That's that New York. That's why I tell y'all, don't mess with no New York chicks at all. Zero, settle, none, never, ever. No.
Who hurt you? Damn, they did a number on you from New York. I don't know who it was, but goddamn. And sidebar, I think you are secretly obsessed with New York women, and this is you trying to trick yourself out of being in love with the women from New York. But anyway, either man, I agree. I think you should want your partner to be happy. You got to coexist with them. You have to live with them. You got to mix energy with these people, share space with them. You do not want to be around somebody who is unhappy and miserable and upset with you. You want to be around somebody who genuinely likes your presence, genuinely wants you around. And you know how you can ensure that? Spoil his ass. Okay, so he knows in your absence, he's lacking something. Okay, like you're so damn great. You're so beneficial. You literally make my day easier. So when you're not here, I can literally see the difference. There's a void now. Just because you left, girl, please come back. I love you. Oh my God.
Oh, you toxic. Oh, that's your love language. Toxic activity. I knew it was something. I knew it was something. And now we know it's toxicity. Now we know what it is.
I've been waiting for this man to come on my show, Mr. Trigger Mike, because I want to have this conversation. I did this whole live open. Wait, let me finish. I've been doing this whole live waiting for me to get my Nigerian brother to come over here and tell me why I am wrong.
Can I tell you what I've been waiting for? Can I tell you what I've been waiting for? For you to grow your goddamn hair back. That bald head wasn't doing it, bro. It wasn't doing it.
How you doing, Trigger Mike?
Man, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
All right, so Trigger Mike, have you been watching for a while or you haven't?
Just came in. I like the topic though. What you got for me?
All right. So I don't know. I believe that you're supposed to. Mr. Dr. Steele said a good point. He said if you got a submissive woman, if you got a woman that is doing exactly what she say that she's supposed to do, like she's everything that you ask, it should be no problem with you spoiling her. How do you feel about that statement?
Yes.
If she's doing so this word spoil, we got to be very careful. Talking no biblical stuff. I think that it is 100% okay and warranted to show gratitude in your relationship or marriage. You should, but we have been taught, like, listen to the word itself. Spoil, something bad's gonna come of that. I'm just telling you, right? So I believe you should show gratitude in moderation. Everything in life requires balance, right? Because the bad part is that we believe that we mature out of our adolescence, but yet there are so many gestures that make us turn into children again, right? So people will forget. If you show too much gratitude, it's almost that you're giving now an expectation, right? And then if you don't do it again or build on that gesture, right? I'm gonna just give you an example. My wife asked me for a push gift, or she had like alluded to it. I'm sorry, not my wife. Her sister alluded to it. And I looked like, excuse me? What is that? I didn't know what that was. That was a thing that people started, but we keep doing these things that are supposed to spoil women. And look what we have done in 2023. We spoiled our women. They no longer behave like their mothers or their grandmothers. Showing them gratitude is basically them trying to keep up with the Joneses. They don't appreciate the gesture that you made. They appreciate what you want. They want what the Instagram girl got. So no, I don't agree.
Trigger Mike, you are so wrong, Trigger Mike. Oh my God, that was one of your worst takes. Let me tell you why you was wrong. It is proven the women that are spoiled. Like if we gave an example, I believe your wife is spoiled, and I believe that my wife is spoiled. And those women are doing the right thing because they got the man that they want, and they in the situation they want, and they have no problem. Not only us spoiling them, I'm spoiled. I know most men won't come online and say that they spoil. When I say that my wife do things for me that makes me not want to go nowhere else, when I'm in my house, like I said, just the massages alone, being able to have a personal masseuse to give me, 3, 4, 5 massages in a week, those things is spoiling the spouse. And I get that we use it from a negative connotation. We always think that it's going to Just because they spoil, they're going to be rotten. But I just think that why wouldn't our wives spoil us in these ways?
All right. I mean, yeah, we're gonna need a true definition of the term spoil. So that's why I said show gratitude, show appreciation for your wife. Absolutely. Don't be a stone cold robot to be like, that's what she's supposed to do. So I don't really believe that part. Right. So I definitely believe you should buy nice gifts or listen, because really when women will tell you what they want, or sometimes they'll allude to the things that the gifts that they want you to give them. So absolutely listen to your wife and reciprocate. Marriage is about a reasonable rate of return, good choices and a reasonable rate of return. Anything your wife is giving you, in fact, as a man, you're likely going to return tenfold. So I'm absolutely talking about showing gratitude to your wife, but spoiling them like we talk about spoiled children and do all this type of stuff, it will leave them riding. I'm not on that train. I'm not.
So no, but so do you think a man is spoiled every time he come home from work or from doing business or whatever he do? If he got a hot meal, I ain't talking about he got to put it in the microwave. Like she said, hey, I need a 10-minute notification when you're gonna be here so I can make sure your food hot on the table. Do you believe that that's a form of being spoiled?
No. Do you remember this is standard in most cultures? This is standard.
I think the standard in most. So Trigger Mike, the standard in most cultures is spoiling men.
We have lost if that is spoiled. That is standard in most cultures in the world.
But I think most cultures spoil their men.
I think it depends on the man,
right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it depends on what the man likes. He could. I mean, coming into your house with a nurturing wife waiting for you. Some men might look at it as a spoil, and some men might look at it as just the essentials needed.
See, Dr. Steele, that's what Venus talked about earlier, right? She said that women are so good to us, we just think it's normal. We think like we don't even appreciate, what they doing different from the other women out here. But I want Uncle Jeff to get in here because maybe I'm off. And like I told you earlier, Dr. Steele, I think that the older guys have wisdom, and Uncle Jeff is one of those people that I do have wisdom. He's willing to tell me when he think that I'm off. And I really enjoy the time, not only that we spend over here, but also the things that we do on his platform. Had an amazing time with some older guys over there.
You was dope, bro. You was dope.
So, Uncle Jeff, what do you think? Am I off when I talk about this spoiling your spouse? Because I think that as long as we both spoiling each other, it shouldn't be a problem. Now, if it's one way, we having a whole different conversation. But if my wife is spoiling me and I'm spoiling her, what's the problem? It sounds like we got a happy, good life going
on. Here's something I think we're high hurdling. Black people especially are so goddamn scared to be nice first.
Come on now.
They're scared to be nice first.
Yeah.
You so goddamn scared that what you give is going to be unrequited because you keep listening to other people who are disgruntled and unhappy.
Yes.
I wake up every day. And you can call me a simp if you want to, because the real truth is what other people think of you is none of your goddamn business. I wake up every day. My wife does the same thing. How can I do something today to make her happy? Not buy her a diamond ring. Bruh, I got a rose bush next to my house. Every time that some bitch got 12, I cut them off and bring them in the house and put them in a jar. Because my wife loves roses. Now, that rose bush is huge because I've been pruning it. My wife knows, bro, if I sit here long enough, I'll smell something cooking and I ain't got to go downstairs. Y'all done seen it. My wife will bring it here. And I'll do the same thing for her because part of my job is liking this person. I have to like. I said I stood in a place that was not a pizza parlor in front of a person that was not a barber with a book that was not the Yellow Pages. And I bequeathed my life to this person. Why the fuck not make her happy? Surprise! Do you know my wife loves that I do this small popcorn? Nigga, I make some dope ass popcorn. And I already know the answer. We get ready to watch a movie. I'm about to overshare. I'll go up to her and go, babe, you want some popcorn? And you know what she does? Yes! Yes! That little thing between us makes us happy. I'm not a sucker for doing that. She ain't a sucker for bringing me water. We are not a sucker for being good to one another. Okay? What you will find.
Tell that little nigga we just drop the bread. It's not what you waiting on top of that. Might get to the, and I know they gonna bless.
They don't like hearing the stories of the people actually having successful marriage.
Well, let me ask this to Venus, because we have to use when we have we're graced with the feminine presence, okay? Because I have been called robotic in the past, right?
Absolutely.
As a married man, okay? Because a little bit more traditional. I wouldn't say I spoil my wife like most men spoil their wives or have been taught to in recent years. But let me ask you. I took a stock distribution last month, okay, and it was a little over $20K, and I told my wife,
franchise.
Yeah, well, no, that was just a stock distribution from a job that I used to have that I get to sell it off back to them every year. So I sold off about $20K, and I took it, and I was like, well, I put some in the Roth IRA, kids 529, and I gave it to my wife, and I said, just take $5K, and she said, for what? Whatever. I was like, I don't need it for anything. All of my accounts are reimbursed. My gun buying account for my stock is reimbursed, and I gave it to her. Would you rather me buy a bunch of shit for her and post it on Instagram, or every once in a while I just flood her with cash and I make sure our children are all right? And she can spoil herself. She usually goes to get massages and pedicures and do nice stuff.
She's spoiling her.
No,
women would say,
hold on.
Giving her $5,000 is being spoiled.
Hold on.
For no reason.
I don't do that all the time. I'm saying this is like a once a year thing. And she cares. She is very conservative like me. She cares about me taking care of the things that I talked about, putting money in the kids, 529 and doing all that type of stuff. And I just gave her the money and was like, well, you decide. I don't need it for nothing. So would you rather have that or me buy you lavish stuff and Gucci bags and all that type of stuff for the world to see?
So let me
hold on 1 second, Venus. Trigger my, I think you missed the part of, we talked about the 5 love languages, even though Aaron don't like understanding your spouse and what they like. If your wife liked money and you gave her money and my wife likes something different, it doesn't mean that one person is spoiling them more than the other. That's just how they want to be spoiled. I'm not saying that we should just be out here. I shouldn't buy my wife all these expensive bags because she don't like that kind of stuff. So if she like money, you are spoiling her. That is, if she liked that 5,000 and she had that feeling inside that she felt special, you spoiled her in that moment. Now, I'm not saying that you do it all the time. I'm not saying that you do it every night, but you understand the value of your woman. You call it rewarding great behavior. I call it spoiling. So
let me say this, E-Man. We can all agree, being that the average American does not have $400 in savings. Money is an issue for the average American, right? Let's say it's an issue. It's because basically one major event, i.e. a medical bill, will wreck you. So having a man that keeps the bills paid, the average American does not have a college savings account for their child. Having a car that you want to drive, having a house in which your husband paid the mortgage for. Could that be considered spoiling your wife?
Absolutely. I think
no.
so. Well, can I answer his original question though?
No,
it's an essential.
No,
you paying the, what do you think women
paying
would
the
choose?
bills don't mean you spoiling them. No, we not gonna do that. Just because you paid the light bill, that does not mean that you spoiled your wife. We gotta stop it. We gotta stop it.
I'm really saying, which one do you think women would rather be spoiled with?
No, so we understand that you need to make sure if you paycheck to paycheck, you need to pay the bills. We talked about this earlier. Dr. Steele made a great point. It's based on the type of money that you have coming in. If you only got money to pay the bills, that's all you got, because that's being financially responsible. When we start going into details that you have excess money and you want to do nice things, aka take your wife to a very nice restaurant that she can eat in places and dress up and do things, you can do those things, and that is a form of spoiling that person.
Now these women be wearing jeans all. They don't even wear skirts and dresses no more. What you need to take them out for? It's a waste of time.
I don't know how y'all like. Well, we ain't gonna go into that, but let's play this video before we get into it.
Wait, but why you didn't let me answer him? He asked me a question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So,
Venus, can you please forgive me in the deepness of your hearts? I appreciate it.
Maybe. So, Trigger Mike, first of all, I don't know if you caught the part of the conversation where spoiled didn't have to equal anything financial.
Okay, I didn't catch that. You're right.
So for you, it seems like your mind always goes to provider, which is great, but that's not necessarily what spoiling is. That could be a part of it, but your wife might like quality time, right? She might just like words of affirmation, you doing little small kind things for her. Like there's a ton of things that you could spoil somebody with that don't cost $1. Just making somebody feel seen or special, doing something nice, cooking a meal for her. Like there's a lot of things you can do to spoil somebody depending on what they value that don't cost money.
Oh, that's well. Thank you for the clarification. So, I will say I do spoil her in a certain way. I do spoil.
All right. So before we get into the video, I know Day is Day, right?
D.
Oh, D. All right, D. D. I appreciate you being patient. What do you have to say about the topic before we dive into this next video, which is on the same topic?
Well, before I get into the topic, shout out to you, Aaron. What up, bro? Much love. But either man, I had smoke for you. Honestly, it was 2 points that you said earlier that I wanted to address. One was you believe a man should spoil his wife. I want to use the word consistent. Correct?
Should he be consistent?
Yeah,
I think it's 100% based on his finances. If he financially can do it consistently, yes. But if he can't do it financially consistently, no. But if we're talking about what Trigger Mike was just talking about, something without finances, where you talk about like is taking her on a picnic, doing those type things, making her feel special, I will say that it should be consistent. I hope that answers your question.
No, yeah, but I would say I would disagree with that because my thing is, from what we know with women, if you do something and you consistently do it for a period of time, and once you stop, that is a problem. What is the key word we always hear women say in relationships? Consistency. I want consistency. So you're continuously trying to do something. Once you stop, that's problems in your marriage and your relationship.
So I have a conversation with my wife monthly. I say, hey, babe, this is the money that we're projected to come in. These are the things that we're going to do. We have finance conversations in my relationship. So if my wife knows that the finances are tight, we're not going out to buy a new car. We're not going out and do certain things that's going to actually cost money. We still will do like the picnics. She still will give me massages. I still will rub her feet, those type things. I'm still going to do things to be able to cultivate my relationship. But my wife is very aware of what our finances is, and she's not going to have an expectation for us to spend money that we don't have.
But I'm not talking in terms of money. I'm just saying in general, you can use money as well. But in general, let's just say like when you watch movies, you always would cuddle the first couple of years of your relationship when you're watching the movie. Now later down the line, you don't do it. What I'm saying is that causes problem in relationships in terms of the word consistent.
No, it doesn't. So for me, the reason that doesn't cause problems is because our situation is different. Now we got 2 toddlers running around. So while we're watching a movie, we can't be sitting up on each other, and we're grown-ups. There's so many people in relationships that's just not grown-up. And they're like, oh, why we don't cuddle no more? Because we got these 2 kids running around the house and we got to be able to be parents too. So I think it's layers. Of course, if my wife feels that she needs something, hey, babe, I want to cuddle a little bit more. I want to watch a movie. This is when we might say, hey, can we get your sister to watch the kids so that we can have that one-on-one time, because we still need to date even though that we're married. So I think that my wife is an adult, and she realized that it's impossible for our marriage to be in our 30s the way it was when we was in our 20s.
Yeah.
Okay. last point, then you can go to the video. You said that spoiling your partner in terms of them knowing what you want causes communication, correct?
Say it one more time.
You said that spoiling your partner, you should know what they want by having communication, right?
What I said was that if somebody is getting spoiled and that's not what they want, they should communicate that they don't want that. So, for example, I was buying my wife flowers and she don't like flowers. So she had to tell me. I would have been still buying flowers today if she would have never said, hey, Emmanuel, or I don't like flowers, whatever. If she would have communicate that she don't like flowers, I think you should communicate if you're getting something that you don't want.
So you was messing up. You was messing up in the beginning, Mr. Communication Specialist. So you didn't even go. No, you didn't even go to her first and go, hey, I'm be on the Aaron O show in a few months. So let me talk to you before I even get on the show. Listen, so how do you want me to spoil you? You just did what you wanted to do and assume she would like it.
No, I think what I did with most men do is we go from our past experience. My past experience is that women that I dated liked the flowers. My wife didn't like flowers. She received them. I think most people don't understand. She received them happily. She didn't throw a fit that I was giving her flowers that she didn't want. She just had to communicate with me. Hey, the flowers just not a big thing for me. So you're 100% right, Aaron. I'm willing to accept that I didn't know everything when I first got married. It's a lot of things that I assumed, and we had to communicate effectively so that we can be able to communicate. So that I can be loving her the way that she wanted to be loved, and she could be loving me the way that she wanted me to be loved. 100%.
Moderators, please time out Frieza consecutively for the disrespect. Thank you very much. We'll get back to the show now.
Either man, you was wrong on that. It's not about men's past experience, what we do with women. What I was going to tell you, or what I was going to ask you was, who has to study the other gender more in the sense of a relationship? Who has to understand the other gender more?
I think it depends on the people. I think it depends, because I know women who know a lot about men, and I know men who know a lot about women, and I know vice versa. I know men who have no clue. We don't see on these panels have no clue about what women is, and I think that we don't see women that have no clue. So I think it all depends. Like it depends, because we done seen guys on here. We was like, it's clearly he haven't had any interaction with women at all. Like I can just tell how he talked, So that's the key, is what I'm saying. That's the difference between the two.
But in general, let's be real. We understand that men have to understand. Okay, right. We understand men have to understand women more. We get that. So what I'm saying is, it's not about having communication. A lot of times, it's just about studying your partner and knowing what they want. You don't have to communicate certain things. You should just understand and know. Because what I'm saying is, a lot of times what I've seen with women today is this: they'll spoil their man by what they think he would like, instead of taking the time out to study him and really take the time to look diligently and see what he wants and desires. But men have to do that, because that's how we get women. We have to understand and study them. So it's easier for us to do that.
I'm talking about a different level. I'm not really talking about the courting or dating stage. I'm talking about in the marriage. If Trigger might want something, he should be able to go to his wife and say, hey, babe, this is what I want you to do. She shouldn't have to study him and guess to try to figure out what he wants. And that's what I think effective communication is. Hey, I go to you, babe. I want X, Y, Z. So she's not trying to read my mind.
They say communication is like 90% nonverbal. So I mean, exactly. I agree with Day. Do you want your wife to have to ask you every single thing, or would you prefer she actually just take the time to pay attention to you and figure certain things out, like I said earlier, and do things before you even have to think about them?
I want her to ask me every single thing like this. I don't want my wife to be guessing.
I don't want nobody asking.
I get it. Women might be different than men. Like, I don't want my wife to be in a situation that she's guessing. She's like, well, I think, he was sitting up there. It is.
Man, come on, stop. Either man, if I'm a Knicks fan, right, and I know that tickets are on sale. Trigger my watch them out. If I'm a Knicks fan, right, and Knicks tickets are on sale, I want her to get it. I don't want her to ask me, babe, can I get the Knicks tickets for you? No, get them.
But at some point in time, you had to tell her that she was a Knicks fan, right? Do you think you would have communicated that to her in some kind of way?
She would observe it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say. Like everything doesn't have to be a conversation.
Now, I just think that the problem with most relationships is that they have expectations that they haven't communicated. They like, I expected her to do this, or I expected her to do that without me communicating with her. So I think I should over communicate, and if she over communicate, we can find a balance later. Now it's some things that I can look at my wife. So year one is certain things I didn't know, but now I can I have. It sounds crazy, but I could be driving down the street and I could be like, my wife want coffee, and then I bring her coffee home, and she said, "I've been thinking about you bringing me coffee all day. How did you know?" It's like we have a deeper connection, but at first we didn't have that connection. We had to build that connection, and I know a lot of people can't understand.
I was just about to say that, man. I was just about to say that. That stuff is built, man, and I think that's what a lot of people don't understand. They're out here looking for a connection, not realizing that it's built over time. Like it's like a language that the both of y'all speak. Literally in the conversation on the phone, talking about who's taking who to taekwondo and who's taking who to cheer practice. I can hear her voice. I can hear a stressed ass day of work in her voice, and I'm bringing home wine and her favorite sushi from HEB. Oh, and then she's like, "Oh my God, thank you, babe." How can so like this is a language that y'all learn to speak over time. That's the only thing I want to tell people in general. Stop looking for serendipitous connections because somebody told you that the earth is aligned and both of y'all like blue rocks. No, it don't work like that. It's built.
Yeah. Why do you guys talk about your wives like they are either men or they are soldiers on boot camp, and just clear communication, do this, do that is actually going to work?
Killer Taylor. Okay. Taylor in the chat. That killer.
Hello, ask your question again, Fatty.
Why do you guys talk about your wives like they are either men or soldiers responding to a sergeant? It seems like the way that you actually explain to it is good communication. I just have to tell her this and tell her that, and like, why do you guys? Are you pretending that they are very good at accepting orders and move the way you move, or you are like, what is going on? Because these are not the type of woman that everybody's dating, like the read my mind type of woman. The no means yes and then yes means no, and my feelings are going to be a large part of what we have going on here. When I hear the men talk, and sometimes Freaking Mike is very sergeant drill type of thing. Do this, do that, go here, go there. We know that a lot of times, like Vina said, 90% of communication for women, and more for women for men, is unspoken, is body language. So I'm asking, what are you pretending that you have like this special woman that listen clearly to commands and they actually do what they mean and they mean what they do, or you are just ignoring the part where feelings and all these things are involved when it comes to them?
Trigger, or answer after you?
Well, I don't understand the whole question, but the part I will respond to is when you said most men aren't dating these type of women, and they shouldn't be dating them. The reason why we have such a high divorce rate is because men wife women that aren't wives. So I'm not capping. That's all I can say.
That didn't answer my question at all.
Yeah, I don't really understand the question there.
I think it comes down to what you want to hear, because I even conceded to what Aaron said earlier. Hey, at the beginning, we didn't have that stuff. We didn't have that type of communication earlier. We have it now. So
why?
Because
why did you have that type of communication earlier and you have now?
Because we was two different individuals trying to learn how to operate as one in the relationship. That's the point. So it's an unrealistic expectation 6 months down when we're married that we can be able to move as one. No, what we had to do is we had to learn each other. We had to learn how to move as one, and so many people quit before they understand that.
I didn't deny that. That was not my question. Again, you talk on a very black and white type of situation. My wife needs this, I get her. I need this, she got me. She does this, I tell her to do that, all that, right? That will be perfect for most men. Most men want somebody that is actually, they don't have to guess. I'll tell you what to do. If me and Dr. Steele was business partners, that's exactly how our relationship should be. He needs me something from me, I will do it. Dr. Steele, I need a thumbnail. Do a thumbnail. Hey, Fetty, I need you to be here at 6 a.m. Okay, sir. This is how usually relationships of business and men usually work, right? When it comes to woman, there's a giant component. It's called emotions. Everything you do, when you say and you ask, usually for a woman, is not about if he's actually intelligent. It's not because he's not because he's good for the relationship. A lot of times it's because I don't feel good about this, I feel good about that. My question again, why do you keep talking, you guys, about your woman like they are not these emotional beings when up is down and down is up and left is right and right is left, and I have no problem when I actually have a problem? How did you guys figure out that part of the deal? Because you never talk about Mike talks about it here and there. ETheMan never talks about it. He talks about a pragmatic, very efficient relationship where everybody knows their role and do what they want. The emotions part, how do you manage that? How do you figure out the hot spot? How do you figure out when she's mad but she kind of doesn't tell you when you have to? That doesn't happen at all in your relationship?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, you want to answer? You want me to go, Trigger?
No, I'll answer. So you're right. I do talk about it on my show all the time, actually. But seriously, that particular part is the interesting part. You said pragmatic, robotic. That's how I was raised. So naturally, the reason I'm raised like that also gave me the patience to deal with everything that you're talking about now. I knew once this woman had my child, I wasn't really going anywhere. So now I do have to sit there for all of those nuances and be like, yo, this lady's emotionally unstable, just like every other woman I've dated. She is going to display all of these different behaviors, grievances, stuff that I don't deal with or don't want to deal with, but I have to be patient and learn it. Like E-Man said, that's when people quit. That's when people quit. And first off, it starts with choosing the right woman, because one thing I can say is that me and my wife disagree. We don't even really argue. And we've started to believe that these things are common in relationships when they're really not. We disagree only to find ourselves looking for an agreement or a middle ground somewhere. So, sometimes I will say it's more about me and my maturity level at this age being a married man. It's really all about me. There's only a problem if I decide to make it a problem. Right? Or she could just be talking up to a brick wall. So I know it does sound like it's unbelievable, but I think you're just looking at the maturation of a really married man who just don't got a lot of time for bullshit. I wouldn't be on here talking if I was somebody that was blowing up on my wife or yelling, hey, y'all shut the fuck up in there. Like I wouldn't be doing, I wouldn't be on here trying to give anybody advice.
So I would say that my wife do have emotions, and I deal with her emotions on a daily basis, right? I'm not going to say that she just like a robot and she's taking my command. That's not what it is. But I'm mature enough to understand that she have emotions, and as long as her emotions in the right place, those things don't bother me. For example, when my wife wants to have these emotional things, she typically have women that she trusts that she have these emotional conversations with her, right? I'm perfectly fine with that because it doesn't affect our relationship. So yes, do she have emotions? Absolutely. How do we deal with those emotions? We understand that they have emotions, but those emotions don't make decisions in our household, which that makes a difference. I hope that answered your question, Fatty. Did that answer your question, or you still ain't answer your question?
No, because you didn't tackle the point. You said that, okay, they have emotions, yes, but their emotions don't tackle decisions. Totally fine, perfectly fine. One second. How do you deal with those emotions when they're actually getting on the way of your leadership, of the well-being of the family? How you actually tackle them to the point where they say, oh, damn, Emmanuel actually has a good point. I'm going to chill and I'm going to move on.
I got you. I don't react to her emotions. That's what I do. So when my wife is emotional and she's going through this, I'm not reacting to it. I feel like I'm at a level of maturity to understand these emotion packs. So if we're having a conversation and she's emotional, I'm like, hey, babe, I think we should visit this conversation because when your emotions high, your intelligence is low. It's something I say all the time. I said, let's have this conversation maybe tomorrow so we can address it. And once she get herself together emotional, and then she start thinking a lot logical after the emotion goes, and we continue the conversation later. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that answers your question.
Either man, how often does that happen?
How often do my wife get really emotional?
No, in terms of the examples you just gave of how you handle that situation.
I think that happens on a weekly basis, that my wife is emotional and I say, hey, we're not going to have this conversation right now. I need you to get yourself together, then we can have the conversation later. That happens
Okay, because I think I get where Fatty is coming from. I think he's trying to get to the point where it's like, when do you married people address what really goes wrong in their marriage and actually explain what really happens? Because what I've noticed a lot of hold on, Beans. Because what I've noticed is, and I agree with Fatty, because people who have been married, especially the older generation, what I've noticed is this: they'll sit there and give the example you just gave, either man, as if that happens 99.9% of the time, and that's not true. It's not accurate. So Fatty's trying to ask, what happens when she loses it and you lose it too?
I don't lose it. I don't lose it.
You've never lost it.
I know that sounds crazy.
That's the
Listen,
you've never lost. Okay.
You asked it.
That's what I
don't
want
lose
to address, Either Man. That's
I
exactly
don't.
where I want to step in real quick, right? Because Either Man could say this till he blue in the face, right? And if we don't want to believe it, then we're just not going to believe it. But something that I've come to the realization about, and I've had to say this a couple of days on multiple panels, is that when you're standing on one side of any spectrum, the other side of this spectrum exists, whether you can see it or not, right? So the same way how I know there's men out here who are emotional and have blow-ups with their women, and it be all out verbal brawls and all that, because I'm one of them, I have to know on the other end of the spectrum, there's a place where that doesn't exist. And it might just be because those men are better at dealing with women than I am. It's okay for that to exist. It does not mean that I'm a piece of shit or that I'm worthless. It just means that they're more mature emotionally. They're more disciplined, and as it pertains to them responding to women. I've seen this all my life. Some guys were just better at dealing with women.
That was not my point.
No,
that was not my original point. Podcast. Let me. Okay, podcast.
If I ask, was your point.
1 second. If I ask you, podcast, the difficulties in the relationship have to do with what? The logical decisions that your woman does, or the emotional decisions that she does? Which one would you say this is the biggest problem I can handle, with the emotional decisions or with the logical decisions? Pick one.
Why did you limit it to the woman?
Emotional.
1 second. So podcast. What I'm talking is that most men don't have a problem with the logical decisions, because logical decisions can be debated. I can convince you. I can walk around. I can get the frame where I actually can make you go through. What men hate, are afraid, and actually despise on women is the emotional decisions that you can wrestle them out of the place, because they are on their feelings and they're thinking with actually their heart instead of their mind, right? So what? 1 second. 1 second. So my point was, if the man talks about the logical decision that he has in his relationship, right? It sounds like a company. It's very robotic, very true and true. He's very efficient, and he goes to the place. My question was, since him and Trigger Mike are married, I get these actually logical decisions. How do you handle with the decisions of a woman? And now you're going to use Venus because she says that I was wrong. A few weeks ago, I was with Venus on Corey show, and Venus said verbatim, you shouldn't trust what a woman say, because their emotions go up and down and left and right. And what is the problem is that you're going to trust what they're saying in one day based on their emotions, and on the next day they change their mind, right? So how do you guys deal with that? And Venus, you can go ahead and say if I'm wrong. Go ahead, it's fine.
So real quick, Either Man, because here's the thing. Either Man answered that. That's what I'm saying. Like, we might not want to accept the answer. We might not want to believe it, but he did. Because what he said is he does not respond emotionally to his woman. It's that simple. He might just be What day? What? Go ahead. Give me another
The
reason
reason
why
why
it's
it's not
not.
that no, the reason why it's not that simple is because I get where Fatty is coming from. What we're saying is, fine, you do that, but we're saying out of 100 times, you've done that 99 times. You
I
was
did it
logical
100
with your
times.
wife 99 times.
I did
I
it
believe
100 times.
I believe
Okay,
it.
100 out of
And that's where we disagree because my thing is, and this
He
is
How
why
argued
do
with
you wait,
this is
Day,
why
Day, hold on, Day. How do you
that's crazy.
disagree? How do you disagree
so
with his story?
Hold on. Let me say this, Day. Let me say this, Day.
okay.
He's telling you
Because
that
you also
that's
have
what
to
happened in his
understand that
life. He's
one
not
of
saying
the
that that applies to all
one
men
of the
or
things that you
majority of
can
men.
do for your wife as a husband, and this should be one of the things that you transfer over to her. Wives adopt their husband's logic. You're assuming that a woman will get to 50 times yelling at a brick wall and continue doing it in the same way. If I got to get through to him, I guess I got to find a different way. Like, you see what I'm saying? So she'll adopt my logic and be like, this dude is not even gonna, he don't even be
So,
going for that. I'm not gonna get what I got to get out of him with
so,
that approach. Let me try something different.
so
So
Dad, listen, my
Okay.
wife, when she got emotional, she did not get a response from me. And when she got logical and started finding Airbnbs and making my life a lot easier, I responded to good behavior. A lot of men, they respond to bad behavior and they wonder why they keep getting bad behavior.
most men do. Yep.
I respond to good behavior because I want her to keep doing the good things that helps out our family. And I get a lot of people can't do that, but that's something that I have done in my family and it have worked.
And
I
check
get
this
Real
out.
that.
life,
Check this
Day.
out.
Hey,
How
Day.
much do women hate to be ignored?
And
How much do
Day.
No,
they
I
hate to be
agree
In
with you.
ignored?
real
No,
life.
I agree with you.
In
They hate
real
that.
life,
I get
right?
you.
They hate
It's two
that.
components, Day. Hold on, Day. Look, it's two
Go ahead,
components
Beans.
I want to add in. Right now, the first thing is this: in real life, I know niggas that's like this, bro. Like I know guys I'm not arguing with you. I'm not going back and forth with you. It's not going to happen. If you act like you want to, when I tell you to stop, I'm walking out of the door.
Yeah.
Phone going off, calling, right? Then
Mhm.
you finally pick up the phone. Hello?
Yes.
Why you ain't been answering my phone? Click. Right? She called back. He answered the phone. You cool now? Okay, I'm calm. I just want to talk. Okay, we could talk, but are you level headed? Are you cool now? I told you I'm not arguing with you. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing right. And once you start off in the relationship like that and set that kind of foundation, you can't look at somebody that been with somebody for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years and tell them, no, you're lying about your life.
Okay.
I can believe it.
Okay.
Nah, but
No. Okay. So
Believe it.
as
hold on,
penis.
Fatty.
It's one
Fatty,
guy,
let me
baby. It's
try this.
one
Hold
guy.
on.
No.
No. I would be
Hold
the
on,
second
Beans.
guy. If
Hold
that's
on.
what you described, I'm not arguing with. When I say that's it, that's it. Whole
Let me
world to
be
be
real
in.
though. Let me be
No,
for
but
real.
Beans.
Yeah.
Go
Beans,
ahead.
this is the problem. This is the problem that I have with what either man is saying, and this is what, like I said, what most men my age and younger have a problem with is this. Either man, if I lined up 100 dudes, either man's age, Trigger Mike's age, 98 of them would say they handle their wives the same way, and we know that's not true. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Is either man is painting this picture as if I'm one of those older dudes that know how to handle my wife the right way, and I don't have crazy issues in my marriage and things like that. I'm not saying it's not true, either man. That's not what I'm
I
saying.
got you.
I'm
But
not. I'm not
this
trying to call you a lie.
I
What I'm
got
saying
you.
is it's the painted picture that older married men say, and that's the problem.
Well,
We
hold
get
on. Let
this
me
told all the time.
let me say this. See, the problem is when I say I do something, somebody internalize it and say I can't do that. So it's impossible for either man to do that because I can't respond the way that he responds. So if you in your life, listen, if you in your life said I can't respond to a woman the way that he's doing it, it's not that no one on earth can do it. It's just that you're incapable of doing it.
Yes. So
Because
either man.
And
No,
maybe
that's fair. That's fair, either man. Like
to
no,
your
that's
current
totally
relationship.
fair, either man.
But
You are
let
better.
me
You are better than us, right?
hold
So
on,
we
hold on.
just.
Let me say this, Fatty,
Yeah,
because
like that.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
even trying to stun on anybody. Because what I will say
Yes.
is that this is the man. I always say that men
Hmm.
cannot always mature. I don't think we realize that a large part of your maturation process as a man comes when you get two titles, husband and father. And I used to spit flames. I used to be that dude, and it wasn't even my wife that stopped it. It was when the first time I was about to yell back, and my little baby sitting right there, and I'm like, I don't want to do that shit in front of her, so I stopped. I stopped spitting fire altogether. Right. So it's a few different things that can make you just choose not to accept that shit no more. And now if you're gonna start raising your voice, I don't want to yell in front of the kids. I don't want to raise my children around that. So I'm gonna disengage.
So
You
respectfully,
learn
That's the point. One second, because you guys. One second, I got to let you go, and I trust you, Dave. You guys heard about the situation with Amber Heard, right?
Yep.
Why don't you stay here and fight? Why do you always leave? Question to Venus. Venus, if your man, every time you wanted to actually have a discussion with him and you were on your feelings, turned around, left you, didn't answer the calls, answer for 5 seconds and turn off the calls, would you grow resentment towards him long term?
Absolutely.
Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Do you think most women will grow resentment towards that man long term, even though that's doing which probably right for the relationship? Would you think most women on their feelings would actually grow resentful of that situation about the man leaving every time she's on her feelings and instead of staying?
100%.
So this is the point about the fact that a lot of you unfortunately are short-sighted. That might actually solve something on the immediate term, but these women are they are full of emotion. The resentment level, the resentment bar is going to build and build and build and build. Why doesn't he care about my feelings? Why every time I want to talk with him, he turns around and leaves? And that shit is not going to work for most women. Most women think like that. So one second, ETheMan. So my 1 second, my question to you is again, I'm sure that you have multiple relationships before that failed. I understand that you have had multiple relationships before that failed. Means that at some point of time, I have two. Everybody on this panel have two. It means that no, not more than Renaissance is perfect. So that means that for a lot of us, the emotional component was always something that it was the tricky part. There was the ticking time bomb where if you actually cut the wrong wire, that shit blows up even though you did everything right on the logical term. Why are you so?
Let me ask you a question, Fatty.
Let me ask a question, Fatty. Go ahead.
You guys got.
That's why those women are not my wife. I had women that was emotional, that blew up, who needed certain levels of attention, and
your wife is not emotional.
Hello, listen. I qualified those women as unmarriable. If every time that I'm speaking logic, you're getting to a point that you're so emotional that we can't move forward, you're not willing to submit to my leadership. I'm okay with that. I'm going to move forward and find somebody who's willing to get on my page. Women do what we allow them to do in our marriages. That's just the simple truth. But I want to get modern Renaissance, because the funny thing is when I started speaking this way, we heard people in the chat say that I'm kind of the same way. Aaron said he's the same way. It's a group of men that just move a little bit different. A lot of people just can't accept that. So modern Renaissance, I know you've been listening for a minute.
Hold on, man, look, because this is what I want to say specifically today. Dave, look at the panel you're on right now, right? So take myself, Trigger Mike, and ETheMan, right? So you got ETheMan, he's telling you, I'm not doing that, right? I'm not doing the blow up thing, right? Then you got Trigger Mike telling you, I used to do the blow up thing, but I don't do it no more. And then you got me, the stupid motherfucker who still do the blow up thing. There go your spectrum right there, bro. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Me and ETheMan have disagreed on a lot of stuff, bro. But I hope that he telling the truth. I hope.
But Beans, hold on, real quick.
What the fuck does that mean? What are you trying to sound? What the fuck does that mean?
I'm gonna leave that alone.
One second, everybody, 1 second. Just because we push back on you, doesn't mean that we're not rooting for you, brother. So when this motherfucker try to say, I'm praying, everybody is. Stop doing that shit. That shit is disgusting.
What I'm saying is this.
Hold on, Bean, 1 second.
Right.
So, first of all, I appreciate that being said. I do want to get modern Renaissance.
They cut me off, Dave. Let me finish.
Oh, go ahead.
I pray that he's right.
I hope that this nigga telling the truth, bro. Like in real life, I hope that it's possible.
Me too.
Right? To actually get to that point where where
It's possible.
you don't respond to women's emotions, right? To the point where it's you got control over whatever you want to call. I don't even know what to call that. Emotional discipline,
Stoicism.
whatever. Yeah, stoicism, like all those different words, bro. Like if I see somebody that actually is capable of doing that, I don't want to try to tear them down from that.
Yep.
I want to believe that that's
It's not,
actually possible and celebrate that, bro.
I agree.
it's not about tearing it down. It's what Trigger Mike said. My thing is what Trigger Mike said was what most people want to hear. Like I would say Fatty want to hear in terms of I did it, but I learned to stop.
Yes.
Most men do that. That's my point. Is that most men do that.
But truthfully and honestly, I have never been that way with women because I have always been focusing
That's
on building.
you, but not most men either, man. That's the
There-
point.
there's no-
Men, though.
I'm
He never said it was most men. So I don't understand the argument.
Hold on, but 1 second, guys, because I really gotta get Modern Renaissance in there because he's been patiently waiting. Is I'm off? Is it just men that can't control themselves emotional, Modern Renaissance, or do you think this is a reality that men can do this?
No, men definitely can do it. I'm right there with Trigger. Within my first year of marriage, it definitely was. Well, first 3 years of marriage, it definitely was a learning curve. And I can sit here and say 22 years of being married, I probably got out of pocket twice. And I learned from that though. So what I'm saying is, I had the point where I was like, I did one of those things like that, right? But I did also, I grew up in, like, when I kind of lived with my pastor for a little bit, I kind of seen how he handled the situation. I never once seen him get out of pocket. But, to say all that though, if you've been married for quite a bit of time, as a man, if you get into a certain situation with the spouse, now to say that you don't get emotional, I would say yes, you do, but that don't mean that you actually let it come out and it manifests itself. You feel it in you, like, but you know how to keep yourself like, okay,
Exactly.
Not this, but it's there though. But the thing is, I think when it comes down to it, it's just like when it comes down to a control thing. You learn to master that inner, that wanting to blow up, that wanting to really just kind of, you learn to master that. And once you do that, it's easy just to keep on doing it. I mean, it's like what they talk about, things like something that becomes habitual. Once you keep on learning to do things, it becomes a thought process. That thought ends up becoming your action. That action becomes your behavior. That behavior becomes your character. So once you learn to do that, it's nothing anymore. So I know some people have a hard time understanding that, but it is. I mean, guys, it's really, and honestly, once you get it, it's not hard. Once this problem arises, it doesn't even phase you. It can't. And it's even like I've seen on some of these panels. If y'all want to know how people really react to things, all you got to do is pay attention to some of the things that went down on Fight Club, some of the things that went down here with Aaron O, on some other panels. Look how some of the men get on there and get out of pocket themselves, but then get a claim and say within their own marriage that they got this discipline. But then yet on these panels, you like, just saying.
So I want to, and y'all got to remember that I spent 8 years in the military, and the military don't teach nothing, anything. Is talk about how to be disciplined with your emotions. Now, a lot of people might not relate to that because they don't have a military background, but I do want to get Mandrell in here because
before we do that, we got to get the super chats, and I'm disciplined with my emotions, and I didn't go to the military. MC says, spoil me by domesticating a raccoon. That's how I know it's real. Either man knows how to do that. That's one of his
The answer is no.
Come on now, raccoon ain't too much to ask for. Okay, I'm him says, E-Man trying to sound like Anton, and it's so cringe.
Damn,
that's messed up. Grizz says, I think today's point, there are many old heads that won't be honest about the element of luck that falls into landing the right women.
Damn.
It's actually there's a level of luck, I guess you could say, but their actions, if it's consistent with everybody, is just consistent. So I think that's the part we don't realize. If you're you with everybody, it's not just you tend to push away. Like I give you an example. I don't attract certain type of women, so I don't deal with certain type of women. So it's all in luck, but you kind of push certain women away, so out of your sphere when you conduct yourself a certain way. They just know. Like some women, like I couldn't, because he's not gonna argue and be toxic with me. I don't like it. So you have to understand that there's just certain things that you can do to narrow down your risk zone and then put more people that are favorable to your personality around you. And that's basically what some of the men on the panel have said. J Hub is in the building, says, it took my wife 2 times for me to ignore her tantrum, and it forced her to become a better communicator. Yeah, so yeah,
let me throw this in here real quick, Aaron, too. You know what? One of the things I did with my sons, I'm not saying people do this with their wives, that there was a time where my sons, you know, one of them got out of pocket with each other and one hit the other one. He came to tell me, if he came to me and he was, Daddy, stop doing that. Stop doing that right now. Talk to me normal. Okay, he'll calm down. Then he'll start telling me, I don't know what just happened.
Either man is playing with the computer.
So yeah, so anyway, one of my sons would come and he would do something like that, and I would tell him, because I'm teaching them right then and there, get all that in check. Don't come with the crying and the whining and all that. Calm down, take a breather. Now talk to me. So that same exact thing can apply to people within their marriage, you know. And not that you would tell you, what, shut up, you would, babe. Okay, calm down. Okay, I got it. Now breathe a little bit. Now what's up?
You can enact consequences to your kids, to your wife. Either you leave or you probably going to be in trouble. There's the difference between both of them. Consequences. If your kids don't do what you want them to do, you can enact consequences for them that escalate from punishment, taking things out of them, don't put him on a basketball club, to actually escalate to physical things. With women, you have none of those, and if you actually do it, that's when actually the problem starts. Letting a woman feelings unattending is the biggest stupidity that you can do in your life, because you will never forget about that. She might pretend that, oh yeah, it's fine now. Leaving woman feelings unattending and turning around and knocking on the door and says, I'm leaving, and what? I come here.
I think you confuse 2 different things, right?
Yeah.
So I'll explain. Maybe you'll agree, or you might say I'm missing something. So what either man says is, I'm not making no decisions on these emotions. It doesn't mean he does not tend to her emotions.
Yes.
So like there's a big difference of, I'm not about to make no decisions. You've been emotional right now. We're not doing this right now. And then tending to her emotions in general is a completely vastly 2 different things.
Like let me use this example. Sorry, Joseph. Joseph is extremely emotional. You can check him on real time. You have to turn around. You have to let him actually get his cool down moment. And he usually takes 1 day, comes around, oh yeah, I was a dumbass and all this shit. What the fuck the part is, most women, oh, you have a swear jar, I apologize. Most of women are more close to Joseph than they are to Erno. Most women, the recovering time is more close to what Joseph does, like balling in their emotions, actually trying to act it on it. They're more close to having a recovery time of 24 hours, whatever, than actually they are from Erno, where I can see you, hey man, let's have a conversation about such and such problem that we have. So what Modern Renaissance is saying, in my opinion, is extremely disingenuous, because even if you see, like, if you see the kid down or you see the woman down, hey man, hey girl, what is the problem and all that, you are not going to be willing to communicate with them. So that leaves you 2 options. Either you talk with the person that is actually mad at the moment and you're not going to get nothing through, or you're going to leave and that woman is actually going to be resentful for the fact that you are not.
I promise you I'm going to give you a chance to
go ahead and rebuttal all you want.
But
let's have a
conversation.
conversation.
I love to get a baseline of where everybody at before we dive deeper into the conversation. So, Mandrell, I know you've been listening for a while. They said it's unreasonable that I don't react to emotions.
Sign a prenup, Mandrell.
That's not what we said either, man.
Hello. They said that it was unpractical, right? That I say, you said that that's not realistic. What are y'all saying? So I can quote you guys correctly.
What I was saying was, it was the painted picture of dudes who are older and that are married, that they have the perfect utopia in terms of how to handle their wives and things of that nature. I'm not saying that you don't, but what I'm saying is it was the painted picture that was illustrated. And what I'm saying is Trigger Mike did a better job of explaining what really goes on with most men, and also Modern Renaissance man said the same thing too. Yes, I was at that point, but I changed.
All right.
Real quick. How old were you when you got married, Trigger Mike?
31.
How old were you when
I don't like that word change.
I was 19.
19. How old you meet it, man?
I was 28 when I got married. So if I was 19, I would agree with modern Renaissance. If I would have got married at 19, I would have went through the same things. But I had an 8-year military career that actually taught me how to deal with people's emotions.
Right.
So Mandrell, I want to get Mandrell in here so we can get a baseline where everybody's at. So Mandrell, I know you've been listening to the conversation. I want to get you a chance to weigh in. Is I'm off that you just, or what you think that these guys are right on point?
Well, you do have to tend to a woman's emotions. There's no two ways about it. There's no arguing. There's no debate to be had. Any woman, I don't care how long you've been married, you have to tend to her emotions one way or another, or maybe in several ways, depending on the lady you got. You can't. But here's the thing: I understand what you're saying. That you don't make decisions based on emotions. That's not where your decision making comes from. You understand that your lady might be upset about something, one way or the other, about whatever. However, when it comes to you making a decision, I hear you, your emotions. However, if I make this decision going this way, this will give us the best outcome. Her feelings be damned. You don't tell her that, okay? Because you're only going to make a bad situation already worse. You don't tell her that, but when you make your decision, it's not based and rooted in emotion. And we're talking about important stuff because there's other things like she might want to, I don't know, go on a date night because she feels neglected because you've been working too much or whatever. And in that case, yeah,
hold on.
That decision, but
I want to make sure you're not saying if my wife is crying, I am going to comfort her. I'm not just saying I'm not going to comfort my wife.
Right. I mean, man, I understand what you're saying.
I'm going to love her back. We're going to talk. Sometimes women just want to get some stuff off their chest. I'm going to let her get it off.
You just need to sit there and listen. That's it.
If she want to have a logical conversation, we're not having it while she's emotional. We can talk about whatever else.
Because there's no logic there anyway. Not when she's emotional.
So that's the point that I'm making is that we're just not making decisions in this state. But you want to talk about anything else? I'm still there for you because you're still my wife. But
well, that's understand. What's so hard to understand about that, man? I mean, I understand perfectly what you're talking about.
ETheMan, you confused everybody though, because nobody ever mixed making decisions with you. Gonna threw that in there.
But also, understand military does give you
the emotions. I was even under the impression until just now that you wouldn't console her when she cries because the way you were stating things was like
that's exactly what he said.
Exactly.
I
said that I wasn't going to talk my wife. So y'all said
no.
One
second.
I said I don't react to her.
One second, please. I promise. Go ahead. That's literally why I used the Johnny Depp case, because the biggest concern of Amber Heard was, why don't you stay? Why, when I want to talk with you, you turn around and you leave? That thing makes me mad. Stay here and fight. That's most women. So when you say, oh, if she's on her feelings, I have nothing to talk with her, and I bounce.
I never said that. But you know what? If you play it back,
so who told it? Okay, so
ETheMan, he's paraphrasing, but what you said was that you told her we can't talk about this right now because you're emotional.
Yeah, we can't talk about logical stuff right now, but we can talk about other stuff. Right? We're not making decisions while she. Oh no, listen. Maybe y'all guys didn't understand me. We're not if we having a conversation about something that we're making decision, we can't talk about that, but we can talk about her feelings. We can talk about all those things. I'm just saying we're not.
That's the first time I heard you say that part. Honestly,
that's what I'm saying. You adding
he didn't say that.
You're adding this.
Yeah. Well, I think this whole time what we've been kind of talking about is, damn, Venus, you feel like role playing? You know what I'm saying? I come in the crib from work, late, whatever. She called me a couple times. I ain't answer the phone. She comes up to me and tries to talk to me about it, kind of emotionally, though. Go ahead.
That's Venus. A good idea. Let's role play.
Can I just finish my point? I just never get to finish my point. So my point was
right.
Go ahead.
Venus. Well, Venus is the one that got the conversation back to where it goes. So Venus, go ahead and finish your point.
Jesus Christ. Thank you, Aaron. When he was originally, so we can be clear, I'm with Day and I'm with Fatty, because they even gave a follow-up question and said, how often does that happen? You said 90% of the time. The example was,
He said
when my
100.
wife is coming
He
up to me
definitely did.
emotionally, I don't deal with emotions.
I
Somehow
did
you
not say
threw
that.
decision making in there when we were never talking about making decisions out of emotion. That was never, so it starts to get confused. And then you started saying we
So,
can't do logical things when she's emotional, when it's like we're just talking about how do you, I think Dave's original question was, how are you, him and Fatty, how are you managing women emotionally? How do you do that? How do you
that's
deal with
not the
that? What does that
question.
look like?
Well, I said word for word, I don't react to her emotions. That's what I
Right.
said.
You
I
did.
didn't say all this other
He did
stuff.
say that. Yep.
No, he said that, but you never said if she cries, I'll console her. Like all of the stuff you're adding
If you
now, you left it out to like basically, I don't deal with emotions. I just
if you
don't.
don't
Well,
react to her
emotion,
emotions,
Walk
wait,
when
wait,
away.
you
what you saying?
when
One
you
second. That's
when you have,
exactly
hold
what
on, I'm gonna
you
let you
said.
go in a second, Fatty.
I don't
When you have
react
a
to your
panel,
emotions.
listen, when you have a panel of 10 people, you can't get your full thoughts out. Let's be honest. Somebody's gonna cut you off halfway in the sentence. Let's just be honest. So when y'all say, "Oh, you didn't elaborate," we don't give space for people to elaborate. That's your
Okay,
reality.
so wait a minute. So let's do this. Let's get it crystal clear. So short cases, right? Short sentences, right? Does your lady come at you emotionally and angry, like damn near disrespectful? Does she come to you that way?
No, my wife
Okay,
don't
well
come
then,
to me
Of
emotionally
course.
angry and disrespectful. No.
there you go. Case closed.
But Beans, you should have known that was gonna be his response.
Yeah, but
That's
my
the
thing
Let's
is,
point.
this.
let's go
I
my
wanted
point.
to.
Bro. So my
Why
point being
though?
that I'm
Like,
trying to
wait,
get you to
why?
realize
No,
is
I'm
that I
asking why.
believe him, bro.
Why?
Like that's
Wait.
what I'm saying. It's not look like if I just look, Eat a Man. This is not me taking a shot. If
Take
I
it.
just looked at Eat a Man, I wouldn't think he's some sort of millionaire with a crazy wife and family and everything's going good and this woman don't like. I'm not gonna think that. I'm gonna think he's just a funny looking dude, right? Because you know how you grow up, you think you the one. You think you the one all women want. They want everything that look like you, and every other nigga is a funny looking nigga, right? So I wouldn't just assume that, but I know enough about the dude. I've had enough conversations with him that I just believe him, bro. Like I believe him on this. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen it and I know it's possible. But I know the context that come along with his story on what he's been through and the choices that he made make it make sense. So I'm just believing him.
So I mean, I want to know why though. Like why the like when he said that his wife don't come at him in an angry, disrespectful way. Why is that such a thing to be disbelieving it? Because my wife has never.
No, see, but that's the thing.
Trigger Mike has yours.
I'm sorry. Restate the question. I was
Have your wife ever came at you like an emotional, angry, disrespectful way, disrespecting you?
Oh damn, no, not as a wife. No. We had a few hiccups as a girlfriend in the girlfriend phase. Sure, not as a wife.
Let's give them what they want. Have y'all wives ever raised their voices at you?
Yes.
Sure. Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
My
we
thing
got a
is,
baseline.
I wanted to
That was
question.
the whole point.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Asking me if they ever denied them
Just because
sex
they
while they
raise
were
their
married.
voice doesn't mean that they're
Yes.
disrespectful.
All right, guys.
I'm sorry, Monroe.
Yes.
Guys. We are getting way off track, ETheManWilliams. We got to reel this back in, brother, because I know there's things you wanted to touch on. It's getting a little too far gone, so we got to get reeled back in. Grizz says it is an absolute what you must do to catch a fish. Y'all know y'all not a fish. There is still no guarantee that when you get the bait, the boat, the rod, that they'll bite that day. Yeah, well said. Well said. I could,
So I want to let Mandrell.
Well, we not out here fishing for snapping turtles, so throw it back in the water.
And by the way, Modern Renaissance, thank you for your honesty, because most men don't admit their shit. When I ask, hey, how many of you got sex denied while your wife was extremely mad at you? All of it. Oh, I mean, me. So actually, I commend you for actually telling the truth. I think you're the first man on this place that I remember actually saying that shit.
I'm only 5
Oh, I almost
years
missed.
in.
I'm him. It says, "Yeah, go ahead and clean it up, little Anton."
Damn.
All right, so I want to get Mandrell to finish his point, and then I want to get back to spoiling your wife and spoiling your husband, right? So, Mandrell, I know you kind of got sidetracked, but you was making a point.
Yeah, not a problem. But the whole thing about spoiling your significant other, I think you should. Why not? Like, aren't you trying to end the point to have a good time and enjoy that person's company, the whole 9 yards? Yeah, and understand, fellas, not at the expense of business, for the greater good. But yeah, spoil them as much as you can. And that's my answer to should you spoil your significant other? Yes, you should. Your job. I think part of your thing is to try to make them as happy as possible, and theirs is to make you as happy as possible.
I'm coming after that. You think it's your job to make your spouse happy?
Well, no, not your job, but you should try to make them happy.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second, because I like what he said. I love exactly where he went with that. All right, let's play this video.
Oh, damn, Trill. Shout out to Trill, EC.
To being, hey, you belong to me, you are mine, we are each other's. Then I feel like it should be no limits. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my girl. Like, whatever she wants, she gonna get. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's within reason.
So once you guys get married, should it be no limits? Do y'all believe that it should be no limits when a person get married before we continue this video?
For both.
No,
there's a problem. On a perfect world, a man should spoil their woman to infinity. The problem is that it's going to create an imbalance if she's not doing the same thing by your side. It should be a competition. I will outserve you, you will outserve me, and we're going to compete to treat each other nice. The problem is the man gets onto a loophole where he gives, and when he wants to get out, he's in too deep. That's the problem. But on a perfect world, he's absolutely right if the woman actually does exactly the same thing on the other side.
I think we stated earlier that we're saying that both spouses are supposed to be spoiled. Like, I think I'm spoiled, hands down. I think my wife has spoiled me. Let's play the video a little bit more so we can talk about it.
Right. But I think a lot of people go into relationships keeping tally. It should be nothing off limits to them. There is no such thing as being a simp for your girl, tricking for your girl. Like, that's my woman.
Is it a such thing as being a simp for your girl, for your wife? Is that a realistic thing?
If she doesn't reciprocate, yes.
No, it defeats the definition of simp. Simp doesn't apply. You can absolutely be a sucker. You can absolutely be a sucker. Why are we on YouTube joking dudes
when we say simp, in what context?
Okay, is Will Smith a sucker or no?
Yes.
Yes, and he's a simp too.
Yes.
Simp. Can we define simp as an imbalanced relationship where the woman gets a lot and the man gets barely nothing, or not even close to what he gives? Can we do that? Is okay with simping? What are you getting back?
All right, let's finish the video, then we can talk about it.
It's different if I'm trying to get her and you know what I'm saying, she wouldn't be interested in me otherwise if I wasn't doing these extravagant things for her. That's a different conversation. But I'm talking about we in a relationship, we in a marriage. Simping, tricking, no, she can get whatever the hell she want to get because she belongs to me. And when she's outside, she represents me. So she needs to be representing accordingly. But for you to be in a situation, I ain't gonna do all of that. Nah, we gonna what?
So I'll chime in on this a little bit. So like I said, I might need a little bit more context for what is that, because there's so many words being thrown. Simping, I really don't even have a full definition on what simping really is and what context it is. But let me say this. When you let's just say for kids, for example, when you do all these things for your children, are you simping for them?
No, your kids can't pay you back. That's literally impossible.
Right, but my point is your initiative, your heart's content of what you're doing for your children. Are you doing that out of simping, or are you doing it because you love them?
You're doing it because you have to. Can your wife pay you back?
You don't have to.
Also, you don't have to. So if you have a kid, you can kick him to the curb. Why are you having kids?
Go drop them off. You can go drop them off.
Come on.
I'm just saying, if you're going there.
No. Let's have a conversation.
The point is, when it comes to like a wife, I don't do these. I don't do these things with the intentions on you better be doing something back. I'm doing it because
that's not the point.
We're talking about this. No, we're talking about what the guy's talking about in the video, right? Am I wrong?
No, but that's the thing. You guys are not listening, please.
I'm talking about the guy in the video.
Listen.
I'm talking about the guy in the video.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Listen.
So now it's about to take a left turn.
It's fine. Because I will be the devil, but even me, I feel joy on treating my woman right. Take her to restaurants, take her to trips. I love that shit. I love that shit more than I need to do that shit more than I need her to love me back. As long as she's thankful, I can do all this shit. As long as she's happy and grateful, I will keep doing that shit and be the biggest simp of the world. The problem is by you having that type of attitude and she not actually giving something back, you are going to put yourself on a hole where she's actually going to feel entitled to the simping and next to the point where now you are actually catered to her needs while she doesn't cater to yours. What I said was simple. As long as she at least tries. I'm not saying a trip to Hawaii, a massage, cleaning your fucking fingers, running your bath water, being extra when it comes to actually being attentive and caring. You can simp whatever you want. But once she actually doesn't do that, you're going to put yourself in a lot of trouble because most of us were on relationships where we actually gave too much, and that created a precedent where now the woman thinks, I'm not happy. Why don't you make me happy? I don't have what I want. Why don't you give me what I want? Most relationships run like that. Go ahead. Let's have a conversation in good faith.
That's the word.
Like I said earlier, it depends. I mean, how much you can spoil your wife depends on how well does she do the very essentials. You know, if I come home for work, right? You know, I expect her to basically nurture me. Now, personally, that would have been enough for me. But if she does that a lot, I mean, I could spoil her from time to time. It depends on, again, how, when I could do it, what can I afford to do, or how creative I have to be in order to spoil her. You know, she's got to be worth all that. She's got to be worth the I wouldn't say red tape or trouble for me to spoil her, but you gotta make sure she's worth it, and she gotta make sure that.
But Dr. Still, she shouldn't be your wife if she's not worth it. If you feel that she's not worth you spoiling her, she should not even be your wife.
Right. And see, my thing is what I was getting at. What my point is that my heart for this to be my wife, my heart intentions is not to be doing this with the expectation of her giving me something back, because that's a tit for tat thing. So anyway, my point, and the reason why I say that is this, and I'm not going religious, I'm just quoting a good book when it says it's more blessed to give than it is to receive. Why is that? You know, then it also says things like, you know, the eyes are never satisfied and the belly is never full. So you can keep on doing those things you want to, but where is the real satisfaction going to come from? What is that? When we say spoil, are we talking material things? What are we talking about? Love? Are we talking time? What are we talking about? So I'm
we're talking tangibly, right? I think.
Hold on, guys. Let me hold on 1 second, Venus. Can y'all see the screen or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do y'all think that this man is simping for his wife? She just had a baby. He's
absolutely not.
Come on, bro. We're not at all. He's supposed to do that. Again, E-Man, this is stuff you're supposed to do. That's stuff you're supposed to do.
This is the word essential.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think someone said they had didn't know the definition of a simp was a few minutes ago.
That was me.
And this, yeah, right. Here's the thing. You have a lot of people in these spaces that will call that simping, but what you got to understand, modern Renaissance is that those, when you hear men say that, those are Neanderthals, and those are men who are not attractive to women, and with that mentality, they would never be attractive to a woman, and that ideology guarantees that they will never be in a serious relationship with one. So those guys, you have to ignore them, especially when you're telling them, you're giving them the answers, and they're refusing to accept them. Now, Trigger Mike, I hear him come up here, drop jewels all the time. Eric go the same way. I don't agree with everything they say, but facts are facts. When they're right, they're right. And that's why a lot of times I don't come up on these platforms. Certain platforms, you see I'm very scarce at. Some you see I'm absolutely nowhere. I'm nowhere to be found because they're too dumb. But these, I do come in and enjoy the conversation. Trigger Mike's the same way because there's some I can contribute to that conversation.
Right.
These are guys with more than 2 brain cells to rub together. You know what I'm saying? So and like podcast, I want to address something the podcast said earlier. Like he said he didn't know what stoicism was. I'm like,
I didn't say I didn't know what it was. I said no, I didn't say I didn't know what it was. What I was saying was that I don't have it. And
here's the thing: you should practice it.
when I
You'll
see
get good things out of it.
who have it, it's impressive, and hopefully one day I can get to it. But I do want to go a little bit deeper,
Yeah, because
right?
I mean, here's the thing: I'm a practicing
Because we
stoic.
don't have. Hold on, real quick. I
I
do
can
want to
give
go a
you
little bit
something
deeper,
to
though,
check
right?
out.
Just so I'm sorry, man. What's that?
I said I can give you something to check out so you can learn about it.
I'll put it in the back chat. So
I'll give you a call, text it to you.
Okay. I wanted to go ahead and go a little bit deeper, right? Just to kind of, I don't know, not be a contrarian, but just to kind of like test something real quick. Mr. Lego says that women are like children, right? I've heard other people say that as well. And I can see why people say that. I can see how it's applicable. And then so it does kind of make me wonder, right? If you're in a situation, to Fatty's point, where you're just giving, no matter what, right? We don't even do that to children, right? It's like no matter what her behavior is, no matter what the temperature is in the relationship, she could be denying you sex, as a couple of people were brave enough to admit that they've dealt with. But even in the midst of her denying you sex, it's still, hey, I bought you these mics. Hey, I got you this, I got you that. Is it not probable to see that at least as problematic, even if it is your wife?
They become spoiled. They become ungrateful. That's what children and teenagers do when you spoil them too much. They become ungrateful.
Do y'all know
That's usually what? Right.
No, I'm just saying. Do y'all? No, my bad. Go ahead.
No, so what I think is, so I'm not going to be disingenuous and say that my wife have never denied me sex, because she have did that before, right? But we have
shit.
had,
Oh shit.
Be patient. We have
I'm
had,
sorry. I'm sorry.
we have had conversations that, hey, if you don't want to have sex, you should initiate it within the next 48 hours. So that was something we talked about. So it's Tasha, she said, hey, tonight I'm not feeling it for whatever, but she might initiate the next morning. She might initiate within 48 hours. So this idea that I think you just got to communicate. And when dudes say, like the podcast says, I don't think my wife is a child. I think she's a mature adult. So I don't treat her like a child. But if you're dealing with someone that is acting like a child, I think I understand that you try to treat them like a child instead of going to find another grown adult.
Okay, so with that response, then here's the challenging part. I've heard so many conservative douchebags in this space say that government assistance and welfare and all this type of stuff hinders people, and they don't appreciate things. They don't understand earning things because it's just giving to them. They never have to work for it. So
That's a fact.
That's what I think that is what the conversation is about as it pertains to quote unquote simping, or even when you're inside of a marriage and there is no accountability for the woman, right? It's just, let me continue to provide her with these tangible things outside of my normal provisions, which would be roof, light, gas, and stuff like that, regardless to her behavior. So the question was, can you see that in particular
Why do
as
you go to
problematic?
tangible? We already established it was more than
Yeah,
just tangible.
I think y'all guys missed the first part of the conversation because we said that this should supposed to be reciprocated. That was like the first point that we made. But Venus, I didn't mean to cut you off. I want you to get in there because I know that you. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking, why did he only focus on, when he talked about spoiled, he's saying tangible things, but I thought we had established that, at least in this conversation, when we say spoiled, we mean things outside of tangible things as well. Just could depend on the person.
Can you
And it wasn't,
elaborate on that,
and
Venus?
it, and
How
it,
can a
and
man
it,
What
spoil
does
you
that look
but
like?
on a
and
tangible
it,
way?
and
Yeah.
it, and it wasn't supposed to be a one way. Well, I don't know. The show was just about spoiling women, but I thought it was
That's
about
fair.
spoiling each other.
Yes, that's fair. But can you tell us like examples of men spoiling woman that is not tangible and that is not the bare minimum?
I can give you an example. Oh, you want
One sec.
Venus to do it, right? You want
Yeah,
Venus.
Let's Venus go. Yeah.
Um, just showing her attention, giving her compliments, right? Like making it your business daily to give her compliments, to be supportive, like overly supportive, like overly encouraging, super optimistic, super positive, kind of like her biggest fan in a way, biggest motivator. What else? Just listening to her about things that you may not even care about, but you're doing it just because you know it'll make her happy to do it, right? Just showing her like certain levels of affection,
So,
even though you might not want to, like things
Mike,
like
Mike,
that.
Mike.
question. Yeah, you got one? Go ahead.
It's a question for men. Do you think what Venus said is a result of a successful relationship? Treat her like she's be her biggest fan and give her encouragement and compliment.
You could be her biggest supporter.
Let me go deeper.
How do you think that this works?
Let me
Go
elaborate.
ahead,
So Venus.
So wait,
I have been.
wait, Trigger Mike, before you go, so we don't get confused. I never said that alone makes a relationship work. Your question was, what does spoiling someone without tangibles look like? So
No,
that was
that's
the
fair.
answer. So that was
No,
the answer to that. That
no,
wasn't.
that's fair.
This is gonna make a relationship
No,
alone
I'm
successful.
not judging you. Is that this is
No, I
this
just
is
don't want to
actually
be misunderstood.
no,
I don't want to be
I know,
judged.
Venus. This is what our parents
Took my
tell us to
answer and
do.
put it somewhere else. So I just
No,
want
I
to
know.
be
This is
clear.
what our parents tell us to do, right? But if you actually been on the field enough, you will start to understand that actually you being the biggest fan of a woman and give her all this extra will literally actually put you on a position where that relationship is going to fail, because there's a saying that they say on this manosphere, treat her like a star and she'll treat you like a fan. Right?
No,
And this is usually what happens.
but what we're saying is that this is reciprocated. Give me 1 second, because I think
reciprocal. That's what I meant to say from the South, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So let's see how a woman can spoil a man.
Oh, y'all do know that it's easier for a woman to spoil a man than for a man to spoil a woman. So why y'all not doing it? It's literally so simple. And don't talk to me nothing about no money, because it don't even take money to spoil a man. You fix that man a sandwich, oh, he gonna love you. I'm talking about put a little bit of lettuce to dress it up a little bit, put a little extra to it. Oh, he gonna love you. When that man get in that shower, wash that man back for him. Lay his clothes out for him when he get out. They fresh, they ready. Socks, drawers, all of it. You see how that was free? Rub his feet, free. Give him a little massage, free. And if you got some money, you ought to not be saying nothing at all. Pay for that man haircut, put a little gas in that man car too. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, well, one second.
No. Let me hold on. Wait 1 second. Let me be very quick. I told you men were cheaper and easier to spoil. Like, this just confirms it. Go ahead.
Dog, he lied all video.
Let's take the putting gas on the car and all that, because we know women don't do that shit. No, with all respect. With all respect. Women are like, with all respect. That's what my dad gets. That's the bare minimum. Having the clothes ready for him to go to work. Oh my God, doing a sandwich and put some lettuce extra on it. That's not spoiling. One second. This is the difference between man and woman. When you talk about spoil a woman, is always extra. Is you going out of the way to give her something that is extra. When a woman is spoiling a man, make him a sandwich, you put a lettuce on it. Get the fuck out of here. That's exactly the problem. That's the bare minimum. That's not extra. That's not spoiling. That's doing your fucking job. What are you talking about?
She definitely thought she was doing men a favor by saying you can spoil men for free.
Well, wait, slow down. Wait, stop. Before y'all jump. There was a statement made earlier, forgot who said most people ain't even got $400 to do some of this stuff. So if this person can accommodate what most people can't experience, then it to a degree it is spoiling. So if most people, according to what we hear, not getting sandwiches made, not getting this done, based upon this conversation, because we haven't defined it, that is spoiling them.
No,
Aaron.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Was disingenuous because the one thing, every single thing she named, the modern woman does not do.
See, but we're not talking about the modern woman. We're talking about the wife. In Trigger Mike, you proved the point. If they don't do it, it's considered spoiling.
No.
Exactly. If the modern woman don't do it, and you have a woman that is doing it, she is spoiling her man. If she's rare, that's what's spoiling. Listen.
Okay, the man. Let's do this exercise, right? If most Black American women don't have a man at home, me being a present father is me spoiling her because most men don't do their job. No, I'm doing my fucking job. There's my duty. There's no spoiling nothing.
Wait. Actually, you're wrong because let me give you
talking about what, the stats?
You might take it as you're doing your job, right? But if they're telling you, you know what, I dated 1,000 men, and out of 1,000, you the only man that took care of their kid. To them, they feel it's spoiling.
Jesus Christ.
Reasonably so. A lot of
it's relevant. I get you what you're saying, Aaron. It's relevant, right? No. It's fine. He's saying that spoiling is relative because if you have one eye and everybody's blind, you are actually the best one because you have one eye. You are the tallest midget, right? But the reality is, again, we should stop accepting tallest midget. You are a woman. You are a grown-up. You work. You have your money. You have your things. You putting my clothes in front of the bed and give me a sandwich is the bare minimum. That's not spoiling.
Hold on. Let me ask this question.
No. Hey, the man, you know spoiling is.
I got what you said, Fatty. 1 second. Listen. So my wife giving me 3 or 4 massages a week. Would y'all consider that spoiling, or that's just her job?
No, you need that shit.
That's pretty extra.
That's spoiling.
That's pretty cool.
That's spoiling. That's extra.
Words with my wife, in fact.
By whose standards? See, so many variables too about whose standards. If by either man, I mean by your standards, is that spoiling you, or is that that's
extra? See, the question is, do I feel spoiled? When she give me massages, I feel like I'm spoiled. I've been said it 10 times tonight.
That's dope.
So I feel spoiled because I come on this internet and most niggas that I talk to on the internet ain't getting massages. They talking, they ain't getting that.
So massages a week.
I got a question.
That's spoiling.
Either man, 1 second. Either man. 4 massages a week. You get 4 massages a week, bro.
I think it capped.
Damn.
Look, I think what's being missed here when it comes down to it, I think that's going to be an individual person. It's going to be an individual person perspective because if you was to ask me, I feel like the fact that it's like we get some feedback.
Yes.
It sounds like
in this case, like in my case, because of some stuff that happened during childhood, I feel like every day that I eat and my wife cook, I feel spoiled because there was a time where I wasn't getting that.
The reason why I agree with you, either man, is because first of all, we know the not trying to bring it up, but the race of your wife, right? But so the thing is, it's kind of an unfair advantage because I think like they just know how to do that type of shit.
What? No.
Are you listening to the words that's coming out of my mouth, or are y'all responding to the feelings of it? What did I just say?
Hold on. We're not gonna not acknowledge the black women that do it because
I believe
man girl might be. Hold on, either man girl might be Asian, but my girl's black.
Okay, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is,
listen. I am well.
We're not talking about king massages, Aaron.
When you think of a massage parlor, you're not imagining Bonquisha. Right?
Oh, you
imagining somebody Asian, right? So for him, right, the point that I'm trying to make though is that actually for him it may feel like spoiling, but if she was with another Asian man, it might be the base.
So podcast. You think that?
No,
because he's just a liar.
Podcast got a point.
So podcast, you think that?
Okay. It doesn't.
You think that?
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on, Fatty. So Aaron, hold on.
Yes.
So let's say I got an Asian wife, and every now and then my Asian wife cook me the blackest food ever. You don't think that would be looked at a little bit as spoiling?
But
because she went out her way to figure out how to cook this meal that's not.
That was not the point.
Man,
that was not the point.
You can make one, but not using those comparisons.
Because what I'm saying is this, because it's not indicative to blackness or black culture. If a black woman oh my God!
Why y'all always gotta do the
black
woman
woman?
thing?
What I'm saying, Aaron, is this.
We was doing so good without the black woman.
Okay, you're right.
Why y'all always gotta bring the black woman?
Okay, so now Venus, let's not do that.
That's what it is. You're right. That's black.
So podcast, do you think that podcast?
That's
do you think the average
blackness and karate
one second,
blackness and everything is blackness? You're right.
Podcast. Do you think the average Vietnamese man comes home and gets a massage every day, like 4 days out of 7 of the week?
I would actually.
Guys,
I would actually.
We really have to talk one at a time because I'm really trying to have the conversation. When we have 4 or 5 people speaking at the same time, I have no idea what's being said. Okay, so
you need to get some lotion on those ends.
Okay,
that wasn't me.
What I'm saying is,
that was not fair.
If my black woman knows how to do this thing, yes, I would probably see that as spoiling because it's not indicative of our culture. That's what I'm saying. So you went out of your way to go figure something out that isn't indicative of our culture, right? I got that. So I would see it as spoiling, especially 4 days out the week.
In our culture,
massaging has nothing to do with culture.
Right? What?
All right, but let's
really.
That's what I said. That's because his wife Asian.
It don't. I gotta listen. You know where I'm located. I got a lot of Asian friends.
I'm not gonna argue with you niggas about feelings.
They're not getting it. That's spoiling. That's spoiling.
You're right.
But let's level set here because y'all gotta realize some of the stuff that we're saying is spoiling, like making a sandwich. I'm married in real life, man. If a woman is in the kitchen, she's likely making something for herself and the children. How the hell I'm not gonna get a sandwich out of that? That is not spoiling. All right. And then if she's serving me first, that's because I'm the biggest person in this house, and she got to make sure there's enough food. So you can all of it
two different circumstances.
Yeah, but so Trigger Mike, let me ask you a question. If I'm at work and my wife, she make me a sandwich and bring it up to my workplace, is that spoiling?
That's spoiling.
That's basically.
Okay, wait a minute. So, Aaron, according to the numbers,
that's spoiling. That's extra.
According to the numbers, guess who's at the bottom of the list as it pertains to all massage therapists?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm trying to hear you.
Black, 6.1%.
That's irrelevant, though.
Right.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Let me tell you why. You're speaking about something people do professionally. How often do you hear people say, "I do this so much at my job, I don't want to have to come home and do it at home too"? So, like, it's not a direct correlation. I understand it's not cultural though. That's literally a job. If you wanted to find industries in which was dominated by let's give you an example, right? A guy say, "My girl is a hairdresser or a hair designer, whatever that is." But she don't do my hair. Would you be like, no, that's crazy? That's in her culture to do. So, like, I know what you're trying to do.
The point that I was making is this, bro. It's not something that when you think of if niggas just gonna lie, they gonna lie. But if I say right now to Modern Renaissance man, I know a massage therapist. Are you picturing a black woman, an Asian woman, or a white woman?
Okay, so
I'm asking Modern Renaissance man for real.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, to be honest, depending on the city, it's a combination.
Yeah, it depends on geographically located.
And ain't no damn black woman.
So 6% are black professionally, right? So what I'm saying is this.
Let me answer that question though. One, it depends on the guy because a lot of y'all don't have friends that are not black. Mm-hmm. So a lot of y'all don't actually cultivate any relationships outside of the black people that y'all do know.
Mm-hmm.
So but y'all gonna assume.
Let's also
don't die on this hill, please.
It's not about a hill.
You will be like saying most players on the NBA are black.
When ETheMan says that his wife gives him massages and he feels spoiled, that means she's actually doing a good job at it, right? But she's not a professional massager.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Culturally, right? When we think, come on, everybody in this motherfucker saw Rush Hour 2. Why y'all always got to play dumb,
It's
bro?
not
Like, we know
cultural.
exactly what we would
It's
think,
not
bro.
cultural.
Right? Like, you think that these people know what
Why is
they're
that
doing
echo
as
really
it
bad?
pertains to massaging.
say
Like,
this.
actually know
It's
what
not
they're doing.
cultural.
Hold
It's
on,
the difference between
Venus.
just touching on somebody because you
Hold
like
on,
them.
Venus. It
Hey,
is.
Trigger, I think that's your feedback.
Jesus. This
No,
is
he's
something
not.
that his wife realized, that we were talking about things that your partner understands that you appreciate and you value, and then giving them to you, right? As a way to spoil you. His wife knows he loves massages, so she
Yeah.
gives them to him. It's not a cultural thing. It's a, this is what my husband likes thing.
Well, I will say it is cultural though, Venus. But I'm not saying it to the point where women
But
can't
This
learn.
shit ain't
because he's
hard, bro.
Can I
They just doing
Asian.
this shit because
Can I
it's me.
explain why it's
Wait,
That's
how
cultural?
is
all
it
it is.
cultural? How?
Can I
How?
explain why it's cultural?
Shit is
Yeah, it's not
retarded,
me.
man.
In Black American culture, we have to attribute this to the fact that 70% of the women alive today were raised by a single mom. All of the men grew up hearing 90s music, baby, baby, please, cater to your woman. All of the culture is geared toward catering to women. This is why you hear a woman talk about what she wants from a man rather than catering to a man. This is why I've always heard women talk about the type of husband they want rather than the type of wife they want to be. They were not taught to cater to a man.
And
They never
neither
saw
were
their
their
Hold
mom.
on one
men.
second, guys. Hold on one second.
It is culture.
Okay, hold on,
Ain't number
JC.
one person in the world could it be me, man.
I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, hold
Well,
on.
let me
I
respond to
want to
Trigger
put.
Mike real
Does
quick,
either
please,
man wife
and
does
I'm
his
gonna drop
nails too?
down. I'm gonna drop down.
Hold on, guys.
Does she give you manicures and
Hold on,
pedicures?
guys. Hold on. I want to actually prove to people why this is actually an issue, right? Because I can easily debunk this issue, right? You're talking about stereotypes, essentially, right? But here's the problem when you say culture, right? That just means a black person has to be born in Japan and they can have Japanese culture, so it ain't racial. A lot of times you guys don't make the distinction of racial and cultural. You guys tend to think one and the same, and it's not. And the easy part to debunk that is the culture of women who act like that. There is a culture of women who massage because that's what they like to do to their man, and there's a culture of women who do not. It doesn't have to be racial, but we often tie it. And I'm going to show you a prime example of what we do. I was planning on using this for a different time, but this actually highlights it perfectly, right?
But before you share that, Aaron, just one
Don't
second.
do it.
No, God,
Hold on,
please.
Do it.
just 1 second before you share that. You know how many black men with bald heads to say that they
don't do it.
don't do it?
Don't do it.
Don't
Okay,
do
all
it.
right.
Because
Please don't do it.
right now we look like the champions of black women right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it off us personally, and I'm going to highlight this perspective from this person so you guys can reassess and readjust what y'all statements y'all about to make. Otherwise, y'all gonna die on this hill like Fatty just said. Do not do. Just take a listen to what this young lady says here.
Often white people will meet a black person who completely challenges every racial stereotype that they've ever had. Rather than giving up the stereotype, they create a special category for that person and say, well, you're not like other black people. Or instead of saying, my ideas of black people were too narrow or too, and I think that's the tragedy of any kind of prejudicial thinking, that when we confront the circumstance that tells us it's not so, we frequently don't enlarge our sense of things. We actually come up with new ways to protect and defend that way of thinking. Often.
Perfect.
Yeah, you're one of the good ones. I've heard that shit so many times.
I was
You're
about to
credit
say
to
she
your
was
people.
describing me. I'm nothing like
You're
the
credit
rest
to
of
your
you.
people. You're one of the good ones.
So, but I want to ask the
They
black
don't
guy.
know how insulting that it actually is. You know what I'm saying? They really don't.
I mean,
Wait. Hold
who
on,
has had that shit
either
said
man.
to them?
Does everybody get it, or do I
I
have
don't
to
think
do a
so.
whole
I
farm
don't think
to
so.
correlate everything?
I don't think so. I just want to say this, and I'm gonna drop so people are clear, because what Mandrell said is one part. The other part that people need to pay attention to is what she said. Even when your ideas are debunked, you will find another way to protect that idea.
They do.
And that's what is happening on this panel right now. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Y'all have a good night.
Venus, take it easy.
All right,
I mean,
now
Venus, brilliant
I'm
job, by
finna
the way,
debunk
Venus.
all this bullshit.
Brilliant job.
hold on, OG.
I'm finna debunk all this bullshit y'all talking
OG,
about.
hold on.
Why y'all wouldn't let podcast be right? Because he was
OG,
right.
stop.
Okay,
Hold
okay,
on,
okay.
OG.
He was, wasn't he?
Hold on, OG, because I thought I did just, you know what I mean, kind of do that. But let me read the super chats. Him says, I agree with Beans. That's bare minimum too. Ling ling. Nope. Him, you're off on that one, brother. I'm sorry. You're not getting that one. Okay. JJ Carver says, I just want to know, how is it possible to spoil an adult? JJ is, listen, y'all don't know JJ. He is not happy with these false definitions of what spoiled is. So y'all better come with the right definition. Okay. Ilkan Ali is in the building, says, damn, we spoiled because she made a peanut butter and jelly
Like,
sandwich.
we in trouble.
Brothers
Thank you.
in
That's a
trouble.
fact.
Listen,
That's a
Ali,
fact.
I agree. But in the context of the conversation about people going without and then they not, you kind of got to give some credence to that perspective, not overall. I get it. Doug Will in the building says Beans is right. No, he's not. If a woman married a Mexican man, she might feel spoiled if he kept the lawn person, but it would be just part of his culture. Wrong. I get the point, but that is not the thing.
To be right.
That is not the thing to tie to the point. He can make a point that can be correct, but he's not tying it right currently. It's not right.
Well, Aaron, can it? Before
You
say
can
something,
say
man.
according to me, which is fine.
I said according to who?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's get OJ in so we can get.
I don't know why you always say OJ. I ain't running from no white woman. But anyway,
I'm sorry, OG.
you keep acting like I'm running from a white woman with some orange juice in my hand. But anyway, Bean was right. Y'all just didn't want him to be right. I'm gonna just give you a short little story, about 45 seconds. I used to have a girl named Chocolate Cream. She used to dance in the damn strip club place, right? And she used to get me stripping like twice a week. So y'all can't act as if she wasn't going home doing nobody else, no stripping. So and just like I say, it was her profession, but it was being spoiled. Like y'all was paying 20, 40, making it rain and all that shit. I was getting spoiled with Chocolate Cream right there in my bedroom. And then my cousin used to do this, right? I don't know if I say this. Is this rated G or R?
OG, one second. OG, when she dances on you, would she give you other things other than dancing? Extra?
Oh yeah, yeah. She could give me.
So OG, one second. So this is why the massage. This is to me, right? This is to me why a massage is kind of. I never had a massage that didn't end up in fucking ever in my life.
I got you.
When I say ever,
you going to that place that
no,
you
no,
knew
one
that
second,
no
no,
flag.
OG, please,
You was going to that place, you knew
OG,
that.
No, one second, OG, please. No, OG, I'm talking about the massage. I'm not talking about those massages that end up with a happy ending. I'm talking a massage where she actually not trying to get the sexual release. She's just trying to massage you to actually make you right for the next day. I'm talking about that, please.
Okay.
Don't use sexual.
In California, if you go to the beach, you're going to find all the people who giving massages Asian. All right? So I'm pretty sure none of them, look, man, I'm pretty sure, believe there's none of them Asian men who's going home getting a massage thinking she's doing something special. Come on. Let's just be honest. My cousin used to have a joke when he was on stage, right? All right, it might have something to do with this right here, right?
Massages, man. This is sad.
Yeah, I know it's sad, but there are certain things are sad in life, Aaron O. And you live long enough, you go figure that out. But that don't mean it ain't true, but y'all, it's sad. But anyway, my cousin used to be on stage, and he used to tell this joke, and it used to make black women mad. He used to say, white women suck dick better than black women. And if anybody think I'm telling a lie, meet me in the back after about 5 minutes of comedy. So what I'm saying is there were probably some black girls went home and tried to please him and do some things. He was getting a special job. You understand what I'm saying? So
listen, nobody in my wife family ever worked in a massage parlor. That's why
I understand, but do you get? I wrote that in the chat. Do you get manicures and pedicures?
You said about do my wife clip my nails? Yes.
Yeah,
and
pedicure.
Do that, don't they? All y'all, my wife don't clip your nails.
Oh hell no!
pivotal mistake here. This is just sad.
Yes, wow.
I mean, they might put your damn feet in a lawnmower or something like that. They ain't gonna be doing no clipping. They gonna tell your ass go down to the local.
This conversation
masseuse.
is very racist.
No, it might be. No,
Yes.
no. Come on. Some things are not. See, this is what y'all say when you use racist too much.
It was
You
a
use
joke,
that
OG. It was a
I got you.
joke.
I can tell from the red eyes whether you're telling the truth or not. I need to see your pupils. But anyway, so what I'm saying is there's just certain things in life that we just got to deal with. That's what it is. It ain't mean it's racist.
But OG, you know how many old men that says that they wife massages their head and massages their neck? Like, so is that a black woman thing?
But some of them old men
is that
got
cultural?
Alzheimer's disease and they thinking they be getting their head massaged. That's
Oh
some
my
shit they
God.
got 20 years
Is that
ago.
cul-
So
is it-
I
is
mean,
it cultural?
it don't always work out. I mean, sometimes they be telling you about memory.
I get that, but is that cultural that black men have black women massaging their head when they got a bald head? Is
No,
that a cultural thing?
it's not. Let me give you an example of cultural.
This isn't
Cultural.
What
Cultural.
is
Let me give you an
happening
example
right
of
now?
cultural is, for example, when we have visits. My mom says my dad can go on the kitchen. Only woman can go on the kitchen. They cook and clean. They prepared all the food and all the things for the day, for the weekend when actually we have visits or a big occasion or something. That's African culture. Men don't enter on the kitchen at all, so that the woman actually can take care of everything. That's, for example, something cultural. Massage is just because you will be say most of the NBA athletes are black, so you are black. Do you dunk? Are you good at basketball? That has nothing to do. That's their profession.
Yeah.
That's what they do professionally. They don't go home and dribble that fucking ball. They put the ball on the side.
Y'all so wrong.
If you was to go to a facility, a NBA football facility, most of the people that's doing massages are white. They're not Asian.
Oh my God! You did that.
Really stuck it on his massaging
But
point.
look, you don't even, that's not even the point because it's wrong.
Like driving
It's
that
wrong,
shit.
they're wrong. They're not tying the proper point. They either don't want to because they want to be funny or are incapable of doing it. But it's not correct. It's not.
But
correct.
let's get Dane here because Dane got a lot to say. Hold on, Dane hasn't spoke yet. So hey, Dane, what do you think about the conversation? Do you think you should spoil your spouse?
I think you should show appreciation and consideration. Like you said, you spoil children. You know, your spouse is a fully formed individual if you married right, and you just show appreciation for the things they do because they're showing appreciation for the things you do. It's not a spoiling. It's not like you deserve.
So let me ask you a question. If I have expectations that my wife is going to do something and she do it all the time, would you call that spoil? Because my wife, like I said, she give me a massage 4 or 5 times a week. Am I spoiled, or you just feel like she's showing me appreciation 4 or 5 times a week?
If that's something that's in her, that's what she does. That's just because. At what point does it stop becoming spoiling? If it's something that's a part of your normal life together, it stops being spoiled. It just becomes the normality of your relationship. It has nothing to do with spoiling.
Damien, don't do that.
Fatty. Let me finish, Fatty. But yeah, let me finish. So it's like to people from the outside, you're looking like you real spoiled. You're like your wife is going over and above what the women that they're doing will do. But to you, it's just normal. Do you feel spoiled because she's doing that, or do you feel if you do you feel it because it's comparison to what other dudes aren't getting?
I feel spoiled. I don't think she wanted to do it. You make it seem like she just wake up and say, "I want to get my husband massages 5 times." I think she do it because she know I want it.
Can somebody read the definition of spoil? Come on. Let's read the definition, then we won't have this.
Let me finish. It's appreciation and consideration of what you do for her.
So
because
Damien,
if you stop doing it, hold on a second. If you stop doing the things that she appreciates, you wouldn't get them, right?
I disagree.
Damien,
so if you stop paying the bills, paying the light bill, doing all this stuff, she would still rub your back 3 times, 4 times.
Let me ask you something, Damien. If your wife every day at 11:30 p.m. is at the door of your job with a warm meal every day.
Mm-hmm.
Every day she goes, she walks 1 mile. Yeah, use me for my hubby. We know that's her job, but that's spoiling. That's extra. She could cook on the day before, put that shit on the fridge, you wake up on the next day, you pick it up, you put it on microwave, but that's extra. I don't care if she does that shit one day. I don't care if she does this 1,000 years. That's spoiling. That's do the extra mile to actually make your life a little bit better. Once another thing, if by you for repaying, right? Every single day, you don't have to pick her up to whatever she goes, because she goes to bingo, to job, whatever, and you go there, and every day for her convenience and for her to not walk, you go there and you give her a ride every day. I don't care if it's one day, I don't care if it's extra. You are actually spoiling your wife. You are making sure that she gets that extra so she doesn't have to walk after a day of work and you bring her home. Why the hell do you guys ever, like, how is this debatable? Like, what the hell are we doing?
Just want to
here?
ask you a question. Okay, let's do it in comparison. If you would say your wife, you married a woman that was from a culture where that was normal, that you every day showed up to your husband's wife in that culture, is all of those women spoiling, or is just part of the culture? Is all of those because men? It's because it's expected in that culture, but when it's outside in American culture, because it's something outside of the norm.
Fair. Give me an example.
Like, for example, it's just like, I don't know what they do in the Indian culture. Do they? I'm just trying to give an example of a culture that does something outside of the norm that Americans don't do.
Give us an example.
All right, let's just say, for example, you in the Indian culture, you go to Mumbai, and in Mumbai, every day when you come home, your wife takes your shoes off, rubs your feet, and puts your shoes away. That's just a part of the culture. They don't feel like they're spoiling their men. They feel like they're doing their duty as their wife, as their culture dictates.
He actually is not, but I would assume, I'm going to have a conversation in good faith. For example, for religious purpose, if they say that you have to do this and she does it, I think it's just her job. I would get it. Like, if she actually has to follow a certain rule and she does this, I think there's not spoiling per se, like it's spoilerish kind of it. But if she does it by the kindness of her heart, and every day that you come home, she's on her knees, she takes her shoes, she put in there, she massages your shoes, she makes sure she cleans, that's actually spoiling. If it's a rule or a religious way.
I think it's easier to tie this way because Kylie Bev up here because y'all disrespected black women. I know that. But I think the best way, the best way to tie it is this: someone doing something that is not in an expectation. See, what we're referencing are things that are within an expectation. So we can't compare that. Like, oh, this is expected. Sure, no way can you say that's spoiling if that's the expectation of that. We're talking about, oh, for your wife to be with you, you got to rub my feet. I don't think E went to us, hey, to be with me, you better give me massages or we can't be, because then that's the expectation set that's not spoiling. You see what I'm saying? But if he never told her that she got to do that, and she like, oh, that's what I'm going to do that for my man because I like to do that. Yep. That's what we're kind of. I'm trying to have this in a good faith.
It's good. It's good. Let's use it. If you ever deal with your woman, have sex one time per week, and she actually says, "Oh, I give it 3 or 4 times because I like my baby and I want to take care of my baby," that's spoiling. That's extra. But just because it's normal, that a lot of people that are married probably they're like the sex goes up and down and kind of scars here and there. That doesn't mean that every time she opens it like to you, she's spoiling you. She's kind of doing her job.
I think it's considered spoiling because it's abnormal in comparison to other people. Like, for example, like your wife does this massage. Was she doing it for all her boyfriends? Did her mom do it for her dad? Was that the kind of expectations? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If it's just you're doing this, huh? No, I'm just saying if it becomes a part of the normal way people in that culture or that way they grew up behaves, it's considered spoiling because it's outside of the norm for you.
But let me tell you why. Let me tell you why you're wrong, Dane. Is because that's why people get spoiled rotten, or they start not appreciating the things that she's doing that become normal. So just because it became normal and she's consistent doesn't mean that she's not spoiling me anymore. Just because she's
you're missing the point, though, and it almost feel like y'all
peace, love, and all
y'all
like y'all saying the same thing.
It's literally what I said, bro. Like, I just did a little bit of research, right? Massaging. You know, the oldest history form of massages started, according to my research, in India, right? Around 3000 BC, around 2700 BC, it ended up in China, right? Few hundred years later, it made its way down into Egypt, right? Number one spot in the world to travel for massages, Thailand. You know what Thailand, China, and India all have in common? It's all countries in Asia. This is what I'm trying. This is the point that I'm trying to make, bro. Is that I'm not saying that it has to be true. I'm saying whether niggas want to lie or not, right? If a nigga said, "Yo, I'm about to go to this massage parlor," right? The first thing you might probably think is it's an Asian person and they're doing it, laying cobblestones on your back, giving you acupuncture or something like that, right? You might.
I want to get
we're saying that that's why I said, either man, I wasn't trying to like make it personal to you, but you like one of the people who we know that are dating an Asian person. So like if you saying that she's giving you these massages, it's like that might be spoiling to you because it's not necessarily a part of your culture. So when she's doing it for you, like, wow, this is amazing. But if that's something that's a part of the culture, right? Where she's from, or any woman, not her, but any Asian woman, if it's actually a if, let me say that 30 times. If that's a part of the culture where they come from, right? Then they might be doing that with their man from their culture, and they might not see it as spoiling. That was the only.
That's correct, but that's correct the way you phrased that. But we're not speaking to that.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that I believe.
Well, he brought it up when he said the 5 times a week. He brought it up. He brought it up 5 times.
It has nothing to do with the cult. Okay, let me explain. Do y'all have Asian friends and stuff like this? Like, do y'all actually have them? Do you know that they're not their man is not like, yeah, my girl rub my feet and do this stuff. They're not getting that. Y'all don't expand y'all friend group, and it shows because y'all speaking to something historical and put it in the context that so it can make sense. Asian men are not experiencing this from their girls just because it's supposedly they're not getting that. If you actually follow podcasts, which I do, so I can have these actual conversations when they just say it's just black men, you'll hear these Asian men saying, they don't treat us like that. They're not doing this. They prefer the white man, the conqueror, and y'all only in your little bubble. I'm saying. So if they get with a girl that's Asian, they like, man, I've been with 7 Asian chicks. This the first one that really rubbing. Hey, it's to the point. Now, what podcast said, he's correct if you craft it that particular way and say, this is where the tradition is, and this is how they're supposed to be. Fine. But we're not actually speaking to that.
What we're talking about is whether or not something can be considered spoiling. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. And so that was the point that we made, that getting those massages for him might be considered spoiling. And the reason why we was making that was to address what was said about in the video when the girl saying, I can make you a sandwich. That ain't fucking spoiling, right? Or I can do this for you, and that ain't spoiling. It's if you go to where a person can look at something specifically and say, nah, that's not spoiling. That's what we're.
If you go to a place and you go to India and everybody is doing that, do you still feel spoiled?
Well, we're in America.
I just answered that.
Let me go and get Callie in here, because when I looked up massage places in Atlanta, it was mostly black people in Atlanta. That most of the massage places, look it up in Atlanta, is black people. But I want to get Callie in there.
Wait. Why did you look up?
Listen, because I was in Atlanta and I wanted a massage, and my wife was at home.
Okay.
So, Callie, I want you to hop in here because I know you got a lot to say about what we done heard so far.
No, I don't have a whole lot. I was watching Loki with my son. It's really good, you guys. Watch Loki season 2. But look, whatchamacallit, I was gonna reiterate what I said in the comments or whatever. If I think of a massage person or whatever like that, I think of somebody black because I freaking live in Atlanta. So I'm thinking of a black person, not like no Asian person. Unless you're going to go get a happy ending or something like that, then you might travel across the other side of town and seek out one of them Asian spots or whatever like that. You know, they just got bust up for running prostitution up out of there. But anyways, whatchamacallit. I was Fatty stole my answer. Reason why I clicked the link or whatever was saying that, you know, when you go out of your way to please somebody or whatever, and you're not expecting it, that's more so along the lines of spoiling than just, you know what I mean, just doing something that's part of your actual routine. You know what I'm saying? It's not quite like that. So I would say that, you know, to give the most generous definition of spoiling, I would say that, you know, sometimes it doesn't have to be big things. It can be like little stuff, like, you know, I know that, you know, my husband like honey roasted peanuts or something like that. So while I'm at Kroger or whatever, instead of getting me my ice cream that I like, I might go ahead and get him some honey roasted peanuts. He wasn't expecting that. Oh, thank you, baby. I really appreciate that. I didn't even ask for no peanuts, but you got me some peanuts. You know what I'm saying? Little stuff like that. A lot of that little stuff goes a long way. And a lot of folks will consider that spoiling because the person went out of their way to please you. It's not in their routine. They didn't have to do it. They might have spent, you know what I'm saying, that money on something that they could have been spending on themselves. It was a selfless act. Spoiled. Carry on, niggas.
Dave, why was you shaking your head? Please
Nothing.
say it out loud.
No, no.
Please, come on, man.
No.
Bro, don't you get tired of these people ganging up on me? Come on, man.
I agree with you, podcast. I'm just saying, Aaron, you off on this, bro.
I'm not. Prove that I'm off.
You
No.
off on this one.
Prove it. Prove it. Don't just say I'm not. Don't just say I am. Prove it.
All right. Okay. For example, let me say, let's say we in Wichita, Kansas, right?
Mhm.
And my wife is Taylor Swift white, right?
Huh?
And I tell you, yo, come to my house for dinner. My wife gonna cook, right?
Mhm.
So she come to my house. You come to my house actually, right? And she has mac and cheese, collard greens, like, you know, grandmama used to make, all that good stuff. Would you say that's spoiling me? Getting that from her?
Wait. Just to make sure
No,
I
because she
understand.
said she was going to cook for
Just
you.
to make sure I understand. You're talking about her cooking food. You're asking me her cooking food is spoiling you?
Because of who? Okay. Because of the race that she is. That's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
You're going down bad.
That's where
Yeah, I don't get.
That's where you're
going down
struggling
bad.
to tie your point because you're conflating race and culture. You think they have to be that. That's where you're struggling to make that point, and that's why I was trying to tell you there's a very big difference there tying that point, and you're just not executing on it well. Now I'll tell you what you're asking: her making the food that is outside of her perceived cultural thing. You're saying that Taylor Swift did not grow up around black people in the way that they cook. So if she goes out of her way to cook that food in particular for you, is that spoiling you? I'm presuming that's your question, correct?
That's not what he said. Because good alley branch, you threw my alley branch there.
No, that's what I said. Either,
Well, he don't have to be verbatim, but I get the context in which he's saying it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the question is, right, do I think you look at that as spoiling? And the answer to it is, if she had to learn how to go make that food, right, from your culture in order to give it to you, I could see her going out of her way as something that you might appreciate, but the food you're used to having. So that's why I'm saying it's contingent. You're used to eating that food. Like, she's not giving you food that you ain't never necessarily had. If your mom made it, your auntie made it, you're used to the food. So you're more tied to the action, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I get you. Okay.
Is it still spoiling if the food is nasty?
Hold on.
Hold on. What if she cooked the food and it's nasty? Is it still spoiling?
She's right. She's trying.
Hold on. I just want to ask a question. When does it stop being consideration and starts being spoiling?
Please don't do that.
Callie brought up the time about buying her man the nuts. All right, if you buy it one time, is that consideration or is that spoiling? Does she have to buy it 5 times, 10 times in a row for it to be spoiling?
Great question.
At some point, to where is it, like, with to stop being consideration? Because there's consideration in there spoiling. Adults can be considerate to each other, but I don't think spoiling is something that you adults can really do for each other.
So
so because peanuts only cost $6 and I did it that one time, that's not spoiling. But if I go ahead and I put him up in a hotel for Father's Day or whatever like that, and he can go ahead and kick it with his homeboys on the weekend or something like that, would that be considered spoiling instead because there's some kind of monetary, it costs more money or something?
No, I had nothing to do with cost. I'm just saying, to what degree? Because they're saying it's something over and above. They're saying that there's a degree of extra that has to be attached to it for it to be spoiling. What is it? When is that you start to measure that? When does that measurement start? Because I'm saying somebody could say you buying, like you said, you buying them something once. Some people can say, oh, you spoil them. But some people say, like, you got to buy it 10 times in a row for it to be spoiling. When does it stop, cease to be consideration? And when does it stop being consideration and start being spoiling? You know, if you're spoiling somebody,
a lot of subjectivity here.
Well, I mean, I would consider it spoiling. I got the peanuts this one time, whatever like that. I might get something else the next time or whatever like that. It doesn't have to be the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the case. It's spoiling.
Aaron, man.
Go ahead.
So it is spoiling when your wife caters to you on a normal basis. That's being spoiled. So like her giving me massages on a normal basis, her doing XYZ on a normal basis. If Callie going out of her heart, a good example is one way that I spoil my wife is she loved coffee. So what I do is I go out and I go to her favorite coffee place. I get that coffee, bring it back, even though that it might not be on my route to where I'm going for work. But I will go out of my way to get her coffee, bring her coffee, because I know that's something she's doing. I am catering to what she wants.
It's spoiling.
That's why I'm spoiling her. It's not a spoiling.
That's different. That's two different things. Catering and consideration and spoiling are two different things.
Right.
Consideration would be I'm already at the store or whatever like that, and I go and I get the peanuts. I'm already going to the store anyway. You know what I'm saying? But the spoiling part would be like what ETheMan said, going out of your way to go get it, knowing daggone well I don't have to go to Kroger. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go to Kroger. I'm gonna get him his peanuts or whatever, because he was in a bad mood the other day, and I know he liked this little treat. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get that to him. What I'm saying?
That's not spoiling.
It's not.
What they're trying to tell you is like you went and got some peanuts one time for me. Whoop de doo. I think they're. I don't know. First of all, I'm trying to have the conversation in good faith, like everybody always asks. But they going back and forth with what spoiled. We cannot define it. Apparently, like nobody has a concrete. So we all gonna just do it based upon what we society kind of look at it. You see what I'm saying? Like just to have the fair conversation. I think that's a kind gesture. You know what I mean? I wouldn't see that as spoiling, but I can understand a woman who want to get her kudo points from a man. See, I spoil you. No, ladies. Try hard.
Yeah, I think it's so subjective. It's like
because it's only peanuts. Okay, I got it. Yeah, it got to be something bigger than peanuts.
No. A woman who don't get her man's peanuts could say you're spoiling your man by getting them peanuts. It's just saying it's subjective to whatever people are measuring consideration. Like people might say,
let me give you an example.
Make this point.
At my house, we got a whole. We got the whole coffee bean. She can make her own coffee, right? But for me to go out of my way to go get her coffee, knowing that that's not, I'm going south. Her favorite coffee restaurant is north, and I go all the way there and say, "Baby, I was just thinking about you. Here goes some coffee." If I'm doing that over time, I am spoiling her.
Yes, that's a fact.
You said overtime though. You can't say one time I got the coffee and now I'm a spoil like that. That's
no, it's not even. So it's not even a one-time thing, though. It could be coffee this time. It could be something else next time. It could be something else another time. It doesn't have to be just that one thing all the time like that.
You're going to get what you know the person likes. You're going to get something specifically for them, and you don't have to do it. And you're going out of your way to do it, and you're doing that consistently over time and spoiling. We got that confirmed. So, Dave, what Aaron was saying, right? The last thing that he said to you is that you're focusing on the act. That's the checkmate, right? Because that's what we're talking about as it pertains to the massage. It's the act, right? So because of that, and because it's not necessarily, you're saying yourself, right, that you know all these people and they don't get it. But those people are here, right? They're westernized as versions of the Asians that you might know here in America. So they might not be dealing with that. We're talking about if people are traveling across the world to go to Thailand to get these kind of massages and stuff, right?
They do
means
that
it's
over there.
something in their culture. It's something embedded in that Asian culture there, right? And so it may actually be a standard in relationships.
The only way to prove that is if everybody that lived there was all massage therapists by trade. That's the only way.
It would have to be everybody.
Wait. But see, that's the problem. So you can get with a woman who does not do it, correct? Even though the culture is to do it, but they don't all work as massage therapists. So what if you get somebody who don't work as a massage therapist or whatever the case is, and they don't do it? Would you say that they're turning their back against their culture because they don't do it, or because you're speaking?
I thought you said you was being genuine because now you're not.
No, it's not. No, because you're saying it's a checkmate, and I'm going to show you how it's not. The problem is you're talking about people traveling to professionals and then tying it into a culture of people who are not actually working as professionals and saying they get in a relationship.
Aaron,
go ahead.
Whose culture is basketball super duper closely tied to? Whose culture?
It's not tied to, American culture.
Right. Which culture inside of American culture? When we think of basketball players, who do we think of? Just answer the question for me because you said you were trying to have a genuine conversation.
I am.
When we think of basketball players, who do we think of?
The best ones, Michael Jordan, LeBron.
So, Dave, when we think of basketball players, who
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird.
See, exactly. I knew somebody was going to do that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because it's like
this is crazy.
The whole campaign is his podcast, bro.
It's
like
it's still not culture, though. You're confused.
It is.
It's culture, Aaron.
It's not.
So now basketball. Wait. So basketball is culture now.
Y'all want to win so bad that you're going to make yourself.
Hold on, Aaron. Look, I can literally play a video right now that I just watched. It's a black boy and a white boy, right? Jesus. The black boy is saying he don't know how to play basketball, and the white boy is like, "Wait, what? You don't know how to play basketball?"
So, but let me ask you. So, when we look at the fans, you think it's more black people watching basketball than white people?
Oh my God! What the hell?
What does that have to do with anything?
We done took this thing way.
What does that have to do with anything?
Wait. I got you. Eat a man.
Price of tea in China.
I think I can say this, and I think you can figure out really quickly why that's bad. Why that's bad faith. Who make the most rap albums? Who purchase it the most? Bad faith argument, bro. You can't do that, right?
I would agree. Hip hop is. I would agree that hip hop is black culture.
Okay,
I can agree. I can agree to that
the most.
Huh?
Do black people purchase it the most?
No.
Okay, so that's why that argument that
hold on. Listen,
listen.
Black people started hip hop. Yeah. Listen, black people started hip hop. Black people didn't start basketball. Especially
they didn't. So since y'all doing it, let's stick with hip hop then.
No. If white people started NBA, when we go back to your Asian argument, when you said that Asian massages,
stop doing that.
Please do that. Thank you. Let's go.
Rock was started by black people. Right now, rock is a white people thing. It's not a black people thing. Like what? Why are you guys like trying to go?
Exactly. If I tell you a country singer, what do you think of?
What the fuck? And this is your podcast. You were saying 3 hours ago, "Don't die on this hill. Don't die on this hill." And I've been stubborn for no reason. This is irrelevant.
I'm not the one dying though. That's the difference. Is that I'm not the one dying. I checkmated. He just don't want to acknowledge it. The minute that he pointed out that the thing about the woman cooking the food, I think he said Taylor Swift cooking the food, was that it was the act. The act is the thing that is the actual spoiling, not the food, right? So it's the act of her cooking that is the thing that's the actual spoiling, specifically because she's probably doing it consistently over time, and then she's cooking meals that comes directly from
Wait, real quick. Right? What Callie Bev said, although she went and purchased her husband those peanuts because she know he likes them, the fact that she did that to make him feel like, oh my God, my baby went out of her way. That's where the real appreciation and the spoiled feeling comes from, is the fact that he's thinking my baby went out of her way to get the peanuts for me. It's the act again. I agree with the act part.
Right.
Okay.
So because of that, when we focus on the act and what we're specifically saying is this particular skill set is not tied into our culture.
Thank you. And she went out
That's
her
the
way
point.
to learn
That's why
something to spoil
listen.
me.
Let me
That's
tell
why
you
I'm
why.
like,
Hello. Let me tell Beans why his point is not connecting. He just said it was 100% about the act, and then he tried to go back to the culture. If her act is right, it is spoiling. That's like point blank. If the action is correct, that means it's spoiling. It doesn't mean if she's Asian, doesn't mean if she's black, doesn't mean if she's white. It doesn't matter because you said it's about the act and not what they're actually doing.
Right, that's true. But we're also saying if they're doing something that is out of their way. It's not tied into our culture. It's not something that a whole bunch of black women bro, real talk. I want to see who can be honest, because I'll be honest at first and say, bro, I don't know how to give a massage. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what bones and meat and stuff I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
I don't know exactly
All right.
what to do with my finger.
Okay.
Is there anybody else on the panel who want to tell me they could get a job?
Wait. I think wait. I think the problem is you think she do it professionally. Like
yes, I do.
So
I
no,
think that
and that's the
does a
problem.
good job at it.
No, that's the problem.
Oh my God! So ETheMan, in order to down this hill, you about to say she suck at it and you still appreciate it?
No, that's two different things. She don't do it professionally. She's not a licensed masseuse.
Not that.
No,
oh my God!
No, of course, because you are completely.
You did use the word professionally, Beans.
One second.
She knows how to do it.
Focus, please. What is special about some fucking nuts? Some fucking peanuts? Nothing. It's the effort. It's not she's giving you a quality massage. It's that she's being caring about you and doing that. None of us are Michelin chefs. But if somebody cooks for you and he's okay, you are going to actually say thank you for actually spoiling me. It's just gesture. It's not the quality. Oh, if it's shitty, it's not spoiling.
Fuck out of here.
You can only consider yourself.
So now what we saying is, if your girl went out, we already set the standard, yes or no, right? That it's doing something consistently over a certain amount of time. That's spoiled,
yes.
Right? Okay, cool. So what you're saying is, right now, what's the game that's out right now? Xbox 5, I guess that's what's out right now.
What?
Oh yeah, Xbox.
Wow.
I don't play video games.
Showing your age, bro. Showing your age, bro.
I don't know. I don't play games. What is it, Dave?
Showing your age, bro.
Okay, what is it, Dave? What's the system that's out right now?
You can only consider yourself. You only can consider it spoiling if you compare it to what other people aren't getting.
It's an Atari 7.
If you were getting them, if everybody you knew, everybody on this panel.
What's the system that's out?
Hold on a second. Let me get this point out.
No, because I was trying to get my point out when everybody started laughing because I asked what the fucking game system is. Dave, what's the game system that's out right now?
It's the Xbox.
Atari 9. That's what it is.
Okay, X5.
It's the Atari 9. That's what it is.
So, Fatty, you got an X5. Your girl is consistently over time going out and buying you video games that go to the Sega system. You saying you're gonna appreciate that shit and see
absolutely. Absolutely. Let me.
Now you're doing the same thing you told.
No. Let me give you actually an example. For weeks, I've been complaining about my mouse being like problematic because of the batteries. Oh my God, why my mouse is not working? Something like that. I went on a lunch with the lady. She brought me batteries. That shit probably doesn't like. I didn't even try to actually.
The batteries fit?
No, yeah, that was actually what I went to check. But she bought like smaller batteries, but it's just a gesture. Like just the gesture of it. Sure, actually crying.
So let's try this one more time, Fatty. You have an X5. Over time, consistently, meaning multiple times, your girlfriend is bringing you video games that go to a Sega Genesis.
I refuse to have this conversation because you are on your feelings. Stop doing that shit.
Okay, Damien, you have an X5. Over time, consistently, your girl
it's a PlayStation 5.
Just because you are on your feelings and you can't take the love.
Okay, Dave, over time, your girl is consistently bringing you video games.
I would say that she's mentally.
Are you going to appreciate that? Yes or no?
That's what I would say.
It's okay, Day, to answer. You don't.
I would say that she's mentally healed. If she keeps buying me PlayStation 4, but you know what's funny? Like, let me give you an example.
One second. You have an X5.
Beans, 1 second.
You have an X5.
Podcast trying to survive out here.
Nigga, don't nobody got an X5.
I can't believe it's been a whole hour and a
all
half.
y'all.
And
Just wait. Listen. Early in the conversation, I said that they have to spoil you the way that you want to be spoiled. The only way that you can consider it being spoiled is the person who's getting spoiled, not the person who is doing the spoiling. So just because somebody think they're spoiling somebody does not mean that they're spoiling somebody. I say that the things that my wife is doing, I believe that it is spoiling me. So first of all, can we please speak one at a time?
Nope.
I really don't want to shut down this.
No, it's not in our culture as black people to speak one at a time.
Okay, so either man, if you buy a trip to Miami 2 weeks for your wife, and she says, "I wanted to go to Paris," is that not spoiling just because she doesn't consider it and she wants to come to Europe? That's a bad argument. Spoiling is you going out of your way to doing something extra. Is the gesture. If she actually is not okay with the gesture, I would say, "Hey man, it is what it is." Sometimes you are actually...
Whoa, Fatty. I don't know. This getting a little dangerous now.
How is that a dangerous example?
Because you got.
I can give you an example. Listen, if my wife is giving me massages and I don't want massages, she's not spoiling me. She's just doing what the hell she want to do.
There's a tying point, Fatty, right? Because I understand what you're trying to say, right? But you, like, the thing is, the gesture is a kind gesture. It's considerate and all that, and you might respect that, but you're not going to be getting spoiled because you're not going to feel spoiled because it ain't what you want.
So spoil now depends on the person that gets it instead of the gesture.
If you listen to what they've been explaining, yes.
So if my if my 3-year-old bastard kids come to me on Father's Day with those shitty drawings that you guys all get,
hey, watch them out.
That's nothing. That's literally zero. That's the most. But for you, that shit probably means the fucking world. If you don't like the drawing, you say, "That's not me. I'm not. That's not my hair. Why did you put 2 ladies instead of 2 men?"
Hold on. You can't, Chris,
something else. Not spoiling by drawing something for me.
You know why I'm telling that? Because my nephew, when he used to that, he did 2 women instead of a man and a woman, and like everybody was kind of confused, like why is drawing 2 women? But that's kind of like it. So it's fine.
You do it. You don't want to hurt
your wife is allergic to peanuts, and every week you take her to a peanut shop. And you say you
Hey, Damien, hold on, let's get Damien in there. What you gotta say, Damien?
No, I just said that. I was just, like I said, it's. I'm just curious. It's like I feel like with the whole thing about the kids, Fatty just said, it was just like, well, there's a difference between you not wanting to hurt somebody's feelings, hurt a child's feeling, then you should be able to have adult conversations with your spouse if you're not liking something.
Man.
I mean, come on now.
At the same time, I mean, I thought the whole deal was that your wife or whoever it is, they're doing because they know that's something that you like. Your child don't know. Daddy likes this picture. They
think you like it because you say, "Oh, that's so sweet, that's so great." And you give them a big hug when they give it to you, so they think you like it. So they keep doing what they think you like.
Bastardly children.
So yeah, so like if you would get me wrong, next time you see your kid want to bring you a picture, you say this shit sucks. You horrible.
Next time I
get a picture.
Next time I get the full course meal and I taste 1 bite, and I put take the shit, send to the ground. This is not what I want.
No, here's the difference. When the kids make Father's Day cards and stuff like that or whatever like that, more than likely they're doing it as a class. Like it's literally assignment in class. However, my oldest son for my husband's birthday or whatever, freehand drew a picture of him from sight, and he still has that shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sorry, trying not to cuss, but he still has it. You know what I mean? So that's a little bit different. That little nigga ain't in school no more. You know what I'm saying? He have to draw that. You know what I mean? But he went out this way because he know he ain't got no money to actually buy his daddy anything. He went out of his way to go ahead and draw a picture of my husband or whatever like that from a picture on his Instagram and gave it to him. His little brother done spilled stuff on it or whatever like this at this point. But guess what? He still has it. It's still up there. He appreciates that. There's a difference from a kid doing a school project or a class activity with a Father's Day card.
If he did that every week, every day, would he? How long would it take the pictures were going in the garbage?
The whole point is that that's not a normal act. He's not going to do that every week. We're talking about children still, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's a little bit different. Okay,
and I agree.
And even when it comes to grown-ups, let's be honest, man. At some point, you're going to think that person actually doesn't have brains. If she's committing or he committing an error again and again and again, I have a PlayStation, and every Christmas she give me a Xbox game. I'm going to start to question your sanity. You are a dumbass, right? But that's not normal. Come on, man. We're trying to have a conversation. Like, come on.
All right, so let's get kind of where y'all guys at. So have we convinced you guys that y'all should spoil your spouse, or you feel like you should not spoil your spouse?
Yo, I actually never got to it.
Yeah, I want to get.
We never got to it.
I've been on here an hour. We've been talking about massages.
No. All right, so modern Renaissance man, do you believe that we should spoil our spouse, or we feel that we should not spoil our spouse?
Yes.
And can you say why you feel that we should?
But to me personally, I do it because of the fact that this is my woman, this is my wife, this is my bride, and this I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart. I'm not doing it with no intent on actually expecting to get something back. Like I'm only doing this because I expect you to do this back. But I do know that, as y'all say, we say every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So most of the time, if you are doing something like that, that person's going to find inspiration out of what you're doing, and it's going to kind of hit them in a way to where they're going to want to do something back to you as well to reciprocate that.
But what if they never do?
If they never do, I'm different. If they never do, that's fine, because my intentions of what I was doing in my heart's intent was not to be doing it for the sake of you doing something back for me.
Got you. And if that's the people's own merit and how they operate, I'm with it. What I constantly hear is spoil me, I spoil you, and I ain't with that. I don't like that. It's I don't like that tied product thing. I don't like that. If it's who you are, be who you are. Don't let it be tied to me. And I don't want to go on a tangent, but that's part of the reason I be having trouble with women when they be talking about if men can step out, I can have a side. If that's what you want, don't let it be tied to his action. Let it be your own individual decision. You see, that's what always frustrates me with people.
See, because a lot of people were up here making comments talking about, you can't spoil an adult, because if you really think about it, you can almost do a lot of those things yourself, like whatever it is. Like I can, it's not no shame. I'm using Callie's as an example. I can definitely go and buy my peanuts if I want to. I can go and buy my car if I want to. I can go and buy the X5 if I want to. I can go do all those things. But when you know that there's somebody that is actually considering the fact that they know your likes and everything, they know that these certain things may mean something to you, and they go and do those things for you, the fact that you know that they are thinking about you in such a way like that, that is heavily appreciated. And things like that is not tangible. Things that people can do for you like that, it goes beyond. And that's why, like, even just being in the profession of medicine, helping people, whether it's spiritually, physically, emotionally, it never gets old. That's why I say, and that's why that book says, it's more blessed to give than it is to receive. It's amazing. Seeing people be happy, seeing people be well on all those aspects. It doesn't get old. It doesn't run out. It's a wonderful thing. So that's
easier to do when you're not in a needs
romantic relationship.
When you don't need a bunch of stuff. Like when you're already content and you good with who you are, it's easier to give to somebody else. But when you got all these issues and you want people to feel like bring joy to you, it's probably tougher to do those things. But
Aaron,
I think that's a deeper. Hold on, let me read these two super chats that came in. Okay, J Hub says, "Do not ask black people to all speak one at a time. That is an idiotic." Oh no, I'm sorry, don't say that. It says the term "spoiling children" is usually used for kids whose parents buy them the things at a value that is inconsistent with their character. Is this the same for your partner? Dang, that's a pretty good question. Luckily, we live in grandma's basement. JJ Carver says children are spoiled, resulting in them being entitled. demanding, having bad copying skills, etc. Y'all are describing the act of pampering, or what does that say? Cosette?
Cosette.
French. He said he understands my point. Both of those people get my point.
It's a small biscuit they serve at.
I want to get where everybody at. So, modern Renaissance man is for spoiling. Nandrell, where you at? Are you for spoiling or against spoiling?
Well, for it. I think you should do. I mean, you want to have a happy relationship or a happy marriage. You do. You know what I'm saying? It makes me feel good when I do something nice for my significant other. When I look at her face and she smiles, I mean, I like doing good stuff for her. I mean, I don't see the problem with that. You know what I'm saying? I like it when she does good stuff for me. Now, I mean, I know Trick Mike said, you think it's your responsibility to make the other person happy? It's not my responsibility to make them happy. However, it is my responsibility to maintain a happy relationship as best I can. Now, what the other person does, what the other person does, and we'll make adjustments accordingly, depending on what those decisions are. You know what I'm saying? Good or bad. However, I mean, yeah, you want to make you don't want the person to be miserable with you, or just, kind of blah.
1 second, Patty.
That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm all for it. Go ahead.
Beans, are you for spoiling or are you against spoiling?
You going to Cali?
She Beans, what you think? You for spoiling or against spoiling?
I'm against it. Fuck these bitches.
Dave, are you for it or against it?
Nah, I'm for it. I agree that you should, take the time out and show who you're with, appreciation, and do whatever you need to make that person happy. So, yeah.
Trigger, you for it or against it?
Against. No, but let me put it to you this way, because I've heard like 1,000 different definitions. When it comes to the monetary buying of gifts and shit like that, I'm against it. Okay, everything in moderation. There needs to be balance, because you will create entitlement and bad behavior. Now, I understand the want and desire to want to do things for your spouse outside of the ordinary. There's a saying that goes, children spell love, time. Well, so does your wife. Spoil her with time. Just spoil her with intent. And then I will be for that. I'm for that. Spoil her with those type of things.
So he's for it. Callie, you for spoiling or against it?
For it.
Fatty, you for it or you against it?
Of course.
So in a perfect world, yes. In this world, depends. I had a question that ties what this is a little quick question. Have you guys ever befriended or had a relationship with somebody ungrateful that never gives nothing back? How miserable it gets like the way that you feel about yourself. You're like, Jesus Christ, man, nothing.
Yeah, 60% of my patience.
I was like, yeah. Have you ever befriended a friend? Have you ever befriended a friend that he takes? He can't even put one drop back. Have you ever did it? This is why I actually don't think it's automatic. Yes, it depends. If she gives back, if she gives back, not back what I gave, but she is thankful and she actually puts the effort to give me something back, absolutely. If she doesn't, fuck her. Fuck this bitch.
I think everybody agree that you shouldn't spoil somebody who don't deserve to be spoiled. Like I think we all.
No. How do you deserve to be spoiled? The man. How do you deserve to be spoiled, the man?
Oh God! Here we
Don't go on open tension. Just give like 30 seconds.
It won't be 30 seconds. It will not be 30 seconds.
I can tell you this: if I chose her as my wife and I vetted her correctly, she deserved to be spoiled.
You see what I'm talking about? He went.
All right, so I do see what you're talking about. I gotta get Dave. I'm with you. I see Dave shaking his head too. That time I'm with you.
So he did. It's because you didn't fall for the trap. I was going to ask you to qualify that. You're going to give me a definition of a really good woman, and I would say so. Most men should be spoiling their wives. That's how I was trying to get you, but since you didn't fall for it, go ahead. You got it.
More than most.
All right, Dave, you for spoiling or you against spoiling?
I'm definitely for showing appreciation over and above what
you probably. Aaron, are you against?
I don't. No. I think spoiling is a negative term So show appreciation. Don't spoil anybody.
Aaron, you for it or against it?
Against.
All right, so it sounds like majority of the pound out of 10, 8 out of 10 is for it, and there's only 2 people against it. So it sounds like
you out of your fucking mind. That is not what
Seems-
you just heard.
That's what I heard. I'm telling you, modern.
They create their own reality.
I can name 4 people on the panel that said they was against it.
Like Thanos. Now reality can be whatever I want.
I go modern Williams says that he's for it. Mandrell
What definition of spoil are we using? Because I'm confused now.
There you go. That's the
Oh
question.
my God.
Let's stay right here where we at. Let's just let me finish counting so we can see these 8 people who said they was for it. Go ahead.
All right, so me is 1, modern Renaissance is 2, Mandrell is 3.
It depends on what version of spoil y'all talking about.
Hold on, let us finish. Like we had to, like just calm down.
Callie is 4. We with you. Callie is 4. Come on.
All right. Trigger might say he's for it if we're talking the time version.
No, he didn't.
No, he said that if we're talking time, I'm for the spoiling. That's what he said.
But no,
Yeah,
the
you did
definition
say
in the
that, Trigger.
context, in the context in which y'all are talking about, I'm against.
Exactly.
What context is it though?
What context are you talking about though? Because ain't nobody talking about spending an exorbitant amount of money. Nobody up here gave exorbitant amounts of money when it came to spoiling.
I've heard doing extra shit for no fucking reason.
You know what?
I'm against.
Yeah, you know what?
Nice.
I'm gonna show you what I'm against, Trigger Mike. All right, man, Joe. We appreciate you coming up, man. Woo! Well, Aaron, that was a pretty good show, man. I think a lot of
man,
people
you gotta work on your exit stage right. Okay.
I don't know how to do it. I gotta learn.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to teach you, but I'm gonna tell you like this: I'm against because I believe ultimately it brings entitlement. No way around it, especially when y'all describe it as consistently done over time. Consistently, I think when you do something like that, it brings a level of entitlement. I've seen it in most human beings. So I'm Dane. He kind of gave the response like, because we from around the same area. So it made what he said made the most sense. I'm for, but I'm for the gestures and stuff, but no. I'm vehemently against this spoil concept because I believe it will foster entitlement. And human beings have proved that.
So I believe that spoiling is very healthy, especially if both of you guys are spoiling each other. I'm not telling someone to be in a one-sided relationship. I have never said that marriage should be one-sided. But if my wife is, she's trying to spoil me or to serve me, and I'm continually trying to spoil and serve her, in reality, I think it works out and it makes us be able to be married.
I get what listen. Next time we're gonna have to come with full suited type of thing because I'm sorry, if you're doing something just so I can do something for you, I don't like it. I'm very big on me being who I am, no matter who I'm dealing with. They all get this same experience. I'm me. I take me with me to every person. So they like, this is who he is, as opposed to you're doing something to garner some type of favor with me to get something out of me later. I don't like that.
I agree. Like, so when I do stuff for my wife, like for example, the coffee thing, I'm not saying, I'm not playing tit for tat. I'm not expecting her to do something for me. But she naturally wants to serve me, and I naturally want to serve her. I think that's natural in a relationship that's a mature relationship. That's the only point I'm making. But you're right.
Part. I don't think it's natural. I think you got to learn and teach yourself that. I don't think
it's not natural. You don't think it's natural for someone to kind of want to serve their spouse?
No, it's not natural. It's socially indoctrinated in us to train us to do certain. I do not believe we are born. No, it's not natural. Nope. That's just me though. At the end of the day, I appreciate your little, they was playing Eat a Simp. They was doing all kind of thing in the chat. You get it rocking. I'm just saying for me and for the fellas, no, I believe it breeds entitlement. 100%. I remember when you used to do this back then. How come you don't do that no more? Yeah, entitlement. So I'm cool. I think that's the story of a lot of people.
So hold on, I gotta really understand what you're saying. You're saying that you don't believe it's natural for a man to want to please a woman, and it's not natural for a woman to want to please a man.
No, see, you think you're gonna get me with those words. That won't work. So once again, natural. Okay, if that's the case, so you said I just have to put you in front of a woman, you gonna please her?
No, I'm saying in a relationship.
It take a whole lot of other things, right? So no, we're not playing that game.
I'm saying like now you're trying to you're not trying to be genuine.
No,
we're talking about inside of a relationship.
No, you're trying to talk your way out of the natural thing, okay? The innate thing, and I'm saying it's not.
Well, in the relationship, because I thought we've been talking about relationships all night, but I get it. Let me be very precise with what I'm telling Aaron. In a relationship, do you think it's natural for them to want to please the person that they're in a relationship with?
No, I think most people say they've learned over time and they developed this. This person taught me this. I didn't know this, that. They helped me see the light. No, I think it's a learned behavior.
All right. Well, I guess we're going to agree to disagree. We appreciate everybody coming over to the Thursday show. I actually look forward to coming up here talking to my brother Aaron, even though that I know he be spoiling somebody. I don't know who he's spoiling, but I know it's in his bloodline for him to be out here spoiling people, even though he don't agree with it. But we strongly hope you guys come back next Thursday, and I hope y'all enjoyed this show. And hope that it was a lot different from what y'all guys normally see on the internet. We appreciate y'all guys. Y'all guys have a good night.
Hold on.